houses and the homes of many people live. We're not against what Port Otago are doing, going about their business, but there is a legal and ethical obligation for them to mitigate the damage that they are doing. If we think of a child's sandpit, we dig in the middle, add a little bit of water, what eventually happens? The sides fall in. That is what is happening at Tironi Beach. We believe that the consent has been breached due to the failure to monitor the land, which was required within 3 months of the project completion. This has not happened and only began to occur some 18 months later. The disappearance of the sand occurred to the southern end, and it was evident immediately after the southern groin was completed and was noticeable within the first week. We have requested a review of the consent with the Otago Regional Council, which was rejected based on the cost to do so. We do not agree that that is a good reason enough. We have been led to believe that the 2,500 cubic metres of sand to re-nourish the southern end of the beach, when it was clearly evident that this was going to begin monitoring, when they failed to do this initially and in breach of the consent, that should have been undertaken on the project completion, which it was not. The 2,500 cubic metres has not replaced the sand that was there at the time of the groin completion. They consider this a minor breach, where in fact it is a major consent breach, as there is no baseline to now measure from. Any monitoring data cannot be accurately relied upon retrospectively. Subsequent reports continue to reference a single weather event in 2023 for the damage to the rock revetments and erosion, when in fact this has been going on since the consents and activities around the dredging, deepening and widening the channel. Over 11 million cubic metres of sand has been removed from the lower harbour. Why is this not being recycled within the harbour, which is typical to all of the other harbours within New Zealand? We believe that the sand should have to be recycled simply for the carbon footprint, if nothing else. We have been told as homeowners that the emergency revetments in front of the property are potentially an attributing factor. Port Otago Limited calls them unconsented walls. They are not. They are emergency revetments to protect land, and in front of those properties was originally Dunedin City Council land, which is now in the coastal marine area. Port Otago are trying to shift that blame into the residents, when in fact one of their own groins is attached to what they call an unconsented wall. The groins were completed in December of 2021, so that is 3 years now where the erosion has got significantly worse. The residents are being kaitiaki, or carers, for the land and the area, and we continue to ensure that it is being protected as best that we can. What we're wanting it to be there for is for our future as a taonga, for our children and our children's children. We're asking for the Otago Regional Council to take lead on ensuring that their legal and ethical responsibilities as good citizens are adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. As you know, we can't give answers today. Public forum is a chance for you to say whatever you'd like to us, and we can ask points of clarification now. So are there any questions? There appear to be no questions, so a really good, clear presentation to us today. Thank you very much, Amber. And yeah, you no doubt will be ongoing communication. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You
Bye.
too. Right, so we can confirm the agenda next. Haven't got any notifications of changes to the agenda, so all confirmed. Right. We're all good on the sound. Yep. We have a presentation today as well, so that will be Fonterra, and I think Morgan's going to come forth, and you'll be able to present, I think, for about 20 minutes on the fantastic work that's been going on with the Stirling Cheese Factory's biomass boiler, I understand. So I'm just figuring out the best place to put Morgan. I think we've set up down the other end there as well, so the mic's working down there. I think he's all good. He's just getting sorted, I think.
I'm just joining the Zoom meeting. I've got a couple.
Yeah.
slides to present.
Yep, so you got heaps of room down
Okay.
there. Sorry, it seems miles away.
Good.
And Andrew, would you press his mic so he's all set up? Yep, thanks.
Joining
Yeah,
the meeting.
that's up. Well done, yes.
We try
He
more
could- he could
computers,
use
thank
it.
God there's someone here that knows what they're doing.
Look at that.
This is always the most stressful part, isn't it, when you...
The joining.
Yeah. Just while Morgan's getting sorted there, just a special welcome to everyone that's joined us today in the public gallery. It's awesome to see so many people here as well, so thanks heaps for coming along, really appreciate it. Yeah, I do too. For anyone online, I don't know if you can hear us at the moment, but we're just getting set up with a PowerPoint presentation, so we'll be with you in just a second.
Sorry, team.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Are they connected? Just get that from the screen.
Anyway, good afternoon, team. Welcome to Balclutha, welcome to South Otago. It's a privilege to be here and be able to present to the council today. Couple of introductions first. Andrew Johns, who's supporting this presentation. Andrew is the Regional General Manager, lives in Balclutha, but based down in Edendale. Stirling is part of the LSI hub, so thanks AJ for coming up. Rob Stevens. So, Rob, what do you do, mate?
Local government engagement.
Local
South
government
Island,
engagement.
So great to be here.
So he's also supporting. And Morgan Watt, of the site manager of the local site, Stirling, which is about 5 k's to the east of here. So again, thank you very much. This is not going to take long. I'm just going to talk about who we are, where we come from, what it is we do, and some key challenges and successes that we've had over the year to get us to where we are now. And again, a bit of a glimpse into the future. There will be opportunities for questions at the end, but I'm open at any time to field those questions. Who are we? So that's the team. This is a photo taken on the stairs here at Te Po. We had our comms day here. Appreciate we're in shift work, so we get one chance a year to get everyone together, share our story, talk about how we've done for the previous year, and way more importantly, what's coming for the future. Get them all together in a speed dating type format and share our strategy. Diverse group of people, most live local, some come out of Mosgiel, some out of Dunedin, but generally it's from the South Otago district. So there's 80 people that work under my umbrella. There's also 30 tanker drivers that are based at the Stirling depot as well. So we've got everything there from maintenance technicians, packing operators, and management team, engineers, environmental managers, the whole lot. And very, very, very proud of my team that we've assembled over the last few years. So that's who we are. Where do we come from? 1871 was the first dairy cooperative formed in New Zealand, and we happened to be on the Otago Peninsula, the Springfield Co-op it was called. And from there it branched out. We actually were built in 1982 with the amalgamation of the Kai tanker factory, the Henley factory, which burnt down in the late 70s or early 80s, and the Paratai factory. That picture of the Stirling Dairy factory was obviously taken about 100 years ago. An interesting fact that one of the local shareholders shared with me is that they used to pick up the milk with electric carts, and they used to burn wood in their boilers. And that was over 100 years ago, and now we're sort of heading towards the same thing. So anyway, we'll go from there. Obviously a lot smaller factory at that stage. In fact, it's grown to be the biggest single line dry salt factory, dairy factory in the Frontier Co-op, so we're pretty proud of that as well. What we do, we make 55,000 tonne of cheese, right? That's our base foundation. But that's built on, that's just an outcome of what we do. This is our compelling business need, or this is the teams put this together, and this is how we reflect on our performance and our output every day. So pretty straightforward, Stirling empowering great people to do great things. Every drop counts. So that's for milk, water, the financial side of it, and also the drop of sweat that goes into producing 55,000 tonne of cheese. Better every day, we do get better every day. We reflect every day on what we do. We're 7 days a week, 24-hour operation. There's multiple meetings, business management system, and it's all around reflection. And again, more importantly, it's about what we're going to do going forward. So that's about the better every day bit. And the good together, if you look at the sum of the parts, some would say that we've come from a pretty ragtag background, some of us, but we've come together and we're doing good things. A couple of things to note in that picture, that CBN. Again, this is put together by the team. It was tidied up by a graphic artist, but it was put together by the team. Is the connection to the waterways, the forest in there, which is now powering our boiler. No, the waterway is fenced. The diversity flag that we fly outside our site as well. The first business in South Otago to fly that diversity flag. So we're totally open and inclusive as a business. That's something else we're really proud of. So yeah, some of the outputs, they're quite staggering. I started in 1991. I had to go at Otago University, and apparently we didn't see eye to eye. Well, we couldn't because I didn't go very often. But started as a packing operator. I was given an opportunity. We made 2,000 tonne of cheese that year. I grew up on the Inchclutha, on a farm beside the Clutha River. We used to discharge our whey into that river, but that was how it was done in those days. And you think about how far we've come now, to what we do with that whey. Quite amazing. I'd just like to touch, we export to about 30 countries around the globe. Some of our major markets are Korea and Japan. A lot goes to Australia. We have got the opportunity to start exporting our cheese into the UK again since the Brexit and the free trade agreement opening up. So we're really excited about that, and we'll touch on that later. It's been quite a challenge for us, but it's been a good one. One of the key products that we make a cheese that's got no salt in it, right? So it's healthy cheese, it's deemed that, and it's introduction to dairy protein to the Korean market. So we'll picture this, we make 210 tonne of this cheese every day. It gets sent in 20 kilo blocks. There's only blocks we make 10,500 on the day. It gets exported to Korea. They break it down to cheese lollies the size of a Macintosh's toffee, add strawberry flavouring, banana flavouring, wasabi flavouring, and it goes into the kids' lunch boxes, right? That's the introduction to dairy. So that's something else we're really proud of, because it's not easy to make cheese without salt. Preservative, salt is a preservative, right? So we had to up our hygiene game in our plant. But I think it's a really great story. We get those products back from Korea, from our customers or customer visits, and we get an opportunity to eat that. Wasabi cheese is a bit, but it's okay, you know, each to their own. Some key moments. I'll talk to the biomass boiler at the end of it, because it is, but there's been several key moments. Like I say, we were a cheese factory in 1996. We installed a whey plant, so we started extracting some protein out of the whey stream and some cream. It wasn't the best quality, but it was better than what we're doing with it previously, which is spreading on paddocks or spreading it elsewhere, putting it in the river, was what we did when we could, and it was all consented at that time, but it wasn't, it was just those days. 1996, the big one there. 2002, we put an evaporator on the back of our whey plant, so we also could extract the lactose or the milk sugar out of our whey as well. So now we send 160,000 litres of lactose to Clandeboye every single day. It gets dried and it's reintroduced to other dairy products. It's fantastic. It's worth touching on the whey plant as well. So 60,000 litres of retentate gets sent to Clandeboye every day, dried, put into whey protein concentrate powder, used for everything from infant formula to suppressed or compromised people, to protein bars, Powerade, things like that. Again, this is the stuff that we just spread on the paddock. Then about 12,000 litres of cream a day goes down to Edendale and gets processed to AMF, made into ice creams and bits and pieces as well. So a significant step change there. That went from a loss centre to a profit centre. That whey plant employed another 15 people into the district in 2002. Then lo and behold, 2008, we got a wake-up call because our water treatment plant, our wastewater treatment plant wasn't up to scratch. So it was a bit of a key moment. There's lots of investigation done. We looked at everything from worm farms right through to shutting the plant, right? And then we built a membrane biological here, so it goes through a dignite. Treated now. So that was an investment of $12 million in 2008 that got us to that point, and it's been really successful. And on the back of that is the wetlands we planted. This is a graphic illustration, so it doesn't look quite like that. And we built our own wetlands, and myself and my lead team actually built the wetlands and planted, and we do planting every year to increase it. And that really built the connection with what we're trying to do. It's all very well sitting there and employing someone to plant your wetlands, but the team get out there and do it every day, so I'm really proud. And if you ever want to come and have a look at what we do at Stirling, you're more than welcome to come and have a look. Then in 2017, another key moment, we needed to up our game around a whey quality project. We invested a significant amount of capital into the whey plant, created more roles and jobs, and upped our game there, and that really lifted our output through that whey plant. So I keep on saying whey, that was a waste product up until now, so it's actually a great story. And there we are, that's the crowning glory, which is what I'm actually here to talk about, is the putting the end to a coal at Stirling. We went through plenty of iterations of what we're going to do to get out of coal on the Stirling site. We were burning about 10,000 tonne of coal. It was getting trucked all the way up from Takatimu. We were discharging ash back to the mine flat out. You know, that's all consented, but it was a waste product. Had an ACAP score, which is a condition score of an asset, very low. Something had to be done, so we looked at electrification for the plant. Didn't quite suit our needs, so then we started looking at the technology of going to biomass. So currently we are fully powered for the last 18 months with a biomass boiler, burning wood chip, Niagara Sawmill, that's who our contract's with. They deliver every day. Gretchen, thank you for coming to the opening. That was fantastic.
Great.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, absolutely. And we're very, very proud of it. So what we've got going on down there, we call it Sustainability Hub now. In this picture here, it doesn't show, but we have got a old coal-fired boiler sit beside it right now, which we've decommissioned. And now we're just in the process of pulling it down. And we've built a classroom there. And it's going to be called our Sustainability Hub. It's going to be a fenced off area where we're going to bring the community and our children, our community classrooms into our business in a safe space, so it's away from the manufacturing side, to learn about what we do and understand what it is that we can do. It's the first site, 100% renewable energy with our biomass and our hydro electricity. We're really, really proud of that. We've just got to work out how to monetise that for export, but that's another story. No, it's really good. We burn 240 cubic chip a day. Sounds like a lot. It's not. It's 2 truckloads because it's cube of chip, not ton of chip. It's 2 truckloads. So we work with the trucking company, reducing the number of trucks that have to come in every day. Significantly less amount of ash. Our particulate emissions have dropped, so they're barely unrecognisable now. Noise has dropped by about half. Created new positions again, so we have to get this place running, not just from within Fonterra, but within the wood chipping industry. So yeah, it's been a really, really significant asset that we've built there. Interesting, we built it over COVID, which is great. Really interesting time. We had some challenges. Our main provider was from Austria. So we had to get over that challenge with some of the equipment arriving from Europe. We had some on the boat, some on the port, and some on site. So there was some delays with the shipping, as you know. So yes, that's the key moment for the Stirling boiler. And it's part of the wider decarb project for Project Decarb, what do you call it?
Decarbonisation.
Decarbonisation, yeah, portfolio for Fonterra. What's the future hold for us? Top left, UK free trade agreement, got opportunity to get some cheese in there at a good rate, without tariffs on it. We used to play in that market 20 years ago. Our offering changed over the last 20 years, so we had to do some work to get that right, but I think we've nailed it now, so we're really looking forward to that. We'll visit with our key customer there on Monday. They're coming over to view what we've done, and hopefully we can build on that market as well. We've got a UHT cream plant at Edendale, so about 50,000 tonne projected, AJ, to come out of that plant, which is going to come through and all go out of Port Otago. Fantastic, high value product that we're looking forward to manufacturing. We've got some challenges around geopolitical, which is the map there, around shipping lanes, market access and bits and pieces like that, but we've got a team working on it. Yeah, so there's 400,000 tonne of product shipped out of Port Chalmers out of the LSI last year, which is a lot of product, right? Our challenge now is to how do we value add to that product. So we've got to work on that. And just up there, the subset, the people, planet, profit, so we're really strongly trying to play in that bit where they all intersect. And that's the step change that I've seen within Fonterra in my time. We've swung a few ways, and now we want to play, and we can play firmly in that intersection there. So that's where we're at. The bit in the middle around the future, and it's one of my pet projects, is the changing scope of the workforce and how we can best grab hold of AI to make that work in a manufacturing sense. Again, when I first started in the industry, it was a 7-in-1 roster, 14 hours a day, right? No one's going to do that anymore. No one's going to do that You know, we've got to change and we've got to adapt. And we've got to make the game more realistic for our future workforce, and we're working hard on that too. So yeah, that's pretty much all I had today. Open to any questions, and AJ and Rob, if you can help out if there's any questions, mate, that's all good.
Well, thank you so much, Morgan. No doubt there will be a few questions. So, yeah, Kate, did you want to go first?
You talked about being carbon zero cheese, really. Do you market it as that at all?
Not yet. Not yet. So our customers, it's becoming, when we first went down this journey, that was going to be how we could monetise it, right? But now it's just become a customer expectation, or basically a right to play in that market, is that we start reducing our carbon.
Yeah.
So it's a really interesting dynamic, you know. So we,
Don't
not
yet.
yet.
Not yet.
Not
Thank you.
yet.
What-
Any other questions? Councillor Noon.
You mentioned one of the earlier slides that 10 mil was 10 mil
No.
into the community. Do you target different sectors within the community, i.e. environment, youth, whatever, or how does that funding work in terms of an applicant, from an applicant's perspective?
So that 10 million there, is this what you're talking about?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yep.
Yep. So that was, we made the conscious decision to use local contracts to build that board as much as we could.
Oh, I
That's
see.
where that 10 million's from.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
it. So we made the conscious decision to build the local workforce up to help us in the future as well.
Okay.
But yes, we are deeply involved in the community as well. We do have what we call a Hapori Foundation. We have a committee that we're on, and we get applications, and we can help fund certain projects that come through. Yeah.
It tends to be projects
Yep.
around getting nutrition to those who need it, or supporting rural communities to be resilient.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Councillor Mepham, then Councillor Weir.
It was great last year having a look around your plant too. It was really impressive, and I mean you've conveyed again the good story that and I guess the journey you're on. I'm really interested in. I mean you're doing great work here. Is there something similar happening down at Edendale in terms of replacing coal with wood chips, and if so, there's going to be a lot of demand on Niagara to supply your wood chips. So how do you see that resource panning out?
Sure. Do you want to field this one, AJ? You
Yeah.
deep in it.
Kia ora, Andrew Johns. So decarbonisation strategy for Fonterra, Edendale is pretty central to that process. As you're aware, we do operate all of our thermal energy through coal currently, apart from our newest asset, which is an electrode boiler, which was commissioned 8 weeks ago. So 20% of our site is now on thermal energy through electricity. The other three boilers, at a point in time, we will replace those with another source, and currently looking at further electrical infrastructure to make sure we can electrify the site, and then even looking, we want to be dual fuel sourced, so we would look at the Niagara opportunity as well, whether that's a solid chip or a pellet kind of conversion. So the key is we will do this in the next 5 to 7 years, so we'll move faster than the government needs us to move, and ETS costs are playing at us at the same time, as well as our customers. I think it's really, really important to note our customers actually demand, so the question earlier asked, very, very key, our customers actually demand that we decarbonise. They commit into their markets that they are decarbonising. They can't do it when their supply chain isn't, so yeah, we're absolutely committed to that.
Councillor Weir, then Laws.
Kia ora. Really encouraging progress to hear. I was just to sort of get a sense of scale, I was wondering how much of the overall emission profile of Fonterra, what's the impact on that from Stirling moving away from coal? Just like a ballpark percentage is fine.
It was about 3%.
Awesome, thanks.
Councillor Laws.
Is it on?
Yep, that's right.
Yep.
Thank you. A couple of things. You say you produce 55,000 tonnes of cheese at Stirling. but Fonterra's getting rid of all of its retail labels and consumer brands, which is where you'd retail, I imagine, a good proportion of that 55,000 tonnes of cheese. Who are you going to sell it to if you're not going to sell it to?
Good question. Really good question. 95% of the product out of Sterling, that's what I can talk to, Michael, is exported. And so it's not going into brands. The other 5% that comes out of Sterling goes into a local supplier or vendor that on sells it. We do have some that goes into brands, so I haven't got the answer to that. I don't know. AJ, if you've got another view on that.
The sale, as you would have seen in the media, the sale has been agreed now that we would like to progress with that. So from the co-op, it was willing to do that. The ambition would be that whoever buys the asset, the consumer brand asset, would continue to procure New Zealand cheese from Fonterra. So that would be ideal. That would be the ideal outcome. And in terms of that proposition, that's what we do hope to.
It's a risk, though, isn't it? And the second one is you're talking about finishing coal by 2037. So how does the zero carbonisation work in marketing if you're not going to be still using coal until 2037? Are you offsetting that somewhere else?
So we won't be using coal post 2037.
No, I know.
All our sites will be out of coal.
Yes, but you're still burning it up until then. So what I'm interested in is if you say that you're going to be carbon zero as a marketing strategy, are you offsetting that somewhere else, that carbon emission?
I'm not sure, like for Morgan's factory, it's zero carbon. We want to be net carbon zero by 2050. So that's part of the time frame as the whole coal.
Okay. Right.
Thank you. No further questions, I don't think. So, I just wanted to say a big thanks coming along here and giving your presentation today. I did attend the opening of the biomass boiler, which was a fantastic event. Councillor Wilson was there as well. So, thanks heaps for having us at that. But, just what shone through for me was the investment that you have made in the environment in the Clutha River. You talked about the discharges and in the past to where you are now, to which is a really clean situation. And then also the biomass boiler too, in that investment that you made, which is really huge. It's an investment in the environment, but it's also an investment in the future for this area as well, which is really crucial. And you talked about your people, and you're really proud of your people, and you're one of them as well that grew up in this area, and it's a big deal, I know that. Commitment to local people, giving opportunities to them, and I just shone through how proud people are of the product that they're making, and also, as you said, the environment around them. People go out fishing right next to the cheese factory now, and they are out doing the wetland restoration. Like you say, that's a staff project. That's awesome to see. Just keep up the great work, and thanks to all your staff from us as well in making that happen. So, thanks heaps for coming.
No, thank you, team. Appreciate that.
Thanks. And thank you to Mayor Cadogan too. He's going to be heading off now. Okay. We're up to declarations of interest, just that standing item there reminding councillors. Action register. Wait a second, did I miss minutes? No? Okay, cool.
Before actions.
Yeah. Minutes is next, it's not on my agenda. Yeah, nah. Thought so. Yeah. Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. Who would like to second the minutes as true and accurate? Councillor Somerville's happy to do that. We'll put that. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Actions register is there. There were some updates that I saw. Right, yep. So we've done council mark, and we're awaiting a final report. That one was updated in October. So yeah, we're just still waiting on that, but shouldn't be too far away. What else we got there?
Monica show.
We have got that, yep.
Thursday.
Yep.
Thursday.
Report on Thursday. Read the agenda.
Yeah, tomorrow.
I'm sure he has, that's
It's-
why I
it's
brought
not
it up.
secret anymore.
Yep. Right. Got Regional Leadership Committee, that one is there. Then we've got a whole lot of that are around the LTP deliberations, and you'll see that those are there. You will have read those papers too, on public and active transport items. Right, flood and drainage, what's that one? So we'll report back to council in early 2025. Yeah, they're all just LTP resolutions.
It's worth noting, technology. Gary has to drive somewhere to get internet, and
He's in a tent.
Elliot can get it in a tent.
Oh, right, yeah, Elliot, you look
Or in a tent.
awesome. Radio. Yeah, no, unless anyone wants to raise something out of those actions, I think they're all pretty clear. Great. We're on to the Chair and CE report. So yeah, my report there just notes that we are here today in Big River Town, Balclutha, and it's pretty special to be here. We made the commitment to increase the amount of meetings that we have around Otago and make sure that we're present, and people who would like to come along and present, whether that's public forum or whether it's a presentation, and thanks heaps to those that did today. There's an opportunity for that, but also we try to put agenda items that are relevant to the area on as well. So today you'll see later on we've got a catchment action plan for the Catlins area that we're really happy about as well. So we'll have that one soon, and we've got some people here that have done a wonderful job this morning of showing us around the Catlins area and have been involved in that catchment action plan as well. So a huge thanks to those that hosted us in the Catlins, looking at some issues down there. We had a look at some of the challenges for the primary sector, particularly regarding pest management, and just some of the amazing work that's been going on through volunteers, particularly whether they are the primary sector or they are other people who are making a living in the Catlins, but also giving back a whole heap to that environment. With a low population, it's again a huge tribute to local people just getting out there and making things happen. It's a world-class environment and something to be really proud of. Very rare ecosystems down there, with that coastal forest stretching right down to the sea. That's pretty rare in New Zealand now. And beautiful estuaries too, some of the best in the country. So that doesn't just happen. It comes with a lot of hard work and fighting for the fact that they are so special. So well done to everyone. And just really awesome to be here as well at the base of the Clutha River, but recognising that it's a massive catchment. Gosh, Otago's, it stretches, it's a catchment that covers all of Otago pretty much. And what a diverse catchment too, from some of the driest areas in New Zealand through to some of the wettest, almost right through to the west coast. Amazing catchment that's pretty special to a whole lot of communities. This is the Molyneux constituency, which is Councillor McCall and Councillor Wilson's area, and I know that you guys are pretty proud of it too. So just thanks for having us here in this area and this magnificent venue, which I also came to the opening of, and it's huge for this area to have this special facility. And just once again, seeing on people's faces at that opening what it meant for the young people of this area to have something that was special and something for them and somewhere you can gather, you can share a movie, or 660 came here and there's cool things that happen, and yeah, that's pretty special. So well done to everyone that helped to make that happen too. Another special tribute today that I have in my report is around Councillor Brian Scott and honouring 2 decades of service by Councillor Scott. And it is fitting to be meeting in Balclutha because Balclutha is Councillor Brian Scott's hometown, and he is extremely proud of Balclutha and all the memories that he made growing up here. A pretty avid sportsman, so knew a lot of people and played sport with them. Apparently used to be very good at swimming across the river and won quite a lot of, I'm not sure whether they were impromptu triathlons or actual ones, but he was pretty good in that situation. So, as well as his rugby and stuff like that, so he's a bit of a local identity. But yeah, just want to take a moment to recognise and thank Brian for his exceptional service to Otago Regional Council over the past 2 decades. He recently resigned and he leaves a big gap round our table. We're so used to seeing Brian here. He's a huge part of ORC's history, 20 years, that's a lot. So yeah, he had a lot of dedication to Otago. He's got a diverse background. He is trained as a chemical engineer, and he brought a whole lot of analytical and evidence-based approaches, I suppose, to the council. I've got some more written there. I won't say it all, but yeah, someone who took a real matter-of-fact approach. He judged success by actions. He liked us to measure them. He didn't want a whole lot of talk, he wanted action. And he preferred seeing those action and impacts rather than accolades or adornment. He had some magnificent outfits that he would wear to council. He doesn't care whether you're wearing a tie, he wants you to achieve something. He'll wear his work boots so he can get stuck in at any moment. His dedication to high standards and in decision making is a testament to the type of person that he is. Beyond his technical skills, Brian's deep love of the outdoors and his commitment to conservation have greatly influenced his contributions to Otago. He owns property on the top of Signal Hill where he's planted over 3,500 native trees. That stands testament to his belief in conservation through action. Whether he's out tramping and he's tramped the Te Araroa Trail, so the length of New Zealand, or getting involved in integrated catchment management, again fitting that we get to see the Catlins Catchment Action Plan today. But Brian was heavily involved in the OCC as well, so driving the catchment approach across Otago. So yeah, he's someone that we care a lot about. He has a rare blend of resilience, tenacity and passion for both people and the natural world. So want to send out a huge thanks to Brian for his invaluable years of service and for the lasting impact that he's made on Otago's environment and communities. I've got a range of meetings that I've attended there, and yeah, if anyone would like to comment on those or ask any questions, they're welcome. Councillor Laws.
3 things. I'm interested in the outcomes of your meetings with New Zealand First MP Andy Foster, the editor of the Otago Daily Times. I'm sure you can hear me. I keep on turning them on, so if it doesn't go on, I keep on pressing the thing. So it's a technology problem. So I'll start again because I'm sure you didn't hear me. I'd like to know the results of your meetings with New Zealand First MP Andy Foster and also with the editor of the Otago Daily Times.
Yep. No worries. So, yeah, MP Andy Foster, sometimes we have MPs come and have a bit of a chat, and everyone was invited to that. So the people that were able to come were Councillor Known and Councillor Mefum, yep. So we spent a bit of time. Firstly, he came because he was pretty keen to see civil defence and emergency management after the flood. So we spent, probably an hour in there talking to that team. They gave a presentation on the approach we take in Otago. Then we just went to Richard's office and had an hour just talking about general issues that are facing us in Otago. We covered actually fitting again, pest management and the approach that we are taking, looking at reviewing our regional pest management plan perhaps ahead of time, and looking at those large mammals that are a bit of an issue across all of New Zealand, but certainly in Otago, and also wilding trees. So touched on that. He was quite interested in that one. What else did we talk about, Andrew and Tim? Key things you can remember.
Public transport comes to mind,
yep.
and also land of wood plan.
Yeah.
Civil defence. Yeah, it was good. It was a good chat. And
it was, yeah.
To have an MP coming to town.
Yeah.
And reaching out. It was great to have that opportunity to connect directly.
Yep.
Did you get any hints as to policy development, future policy development?
No, I think he was in a listening mode, going around a number of councils and gathering up issues, I suppose, in each region. So, yeah, more of a listening mode. Thanks. Oh, and editor of the ODT, that is something that ORC has done for many years. I think just heading in every so often to see the editor of the ODT, maintain relationships. What did we talk about? Well, mainly what I talked about was that actually we're getting a lot of coverage in the ODT, which is really good. Throughout New Zealand, we're lucky to have an independent newspaper that covers local council business. Not every council is covered like we are, talking to colleagues throughout the country. And they told us that they take an approach whereby they will put probably half of their articles are ones that are generated perhaps by us, like, hey, we've got this really cool thing happening with lizards, we've been monitoring, or whatever, general business that we do. They actually report that, and that's pretty awesome. And then also news generated as well through meetings like this is about the other 50%. What else? Richard came along as well, mainly just talking about relationships and nothing particular issues-wise. It's just something that's good to do from time to time to know each other and know that if we have got an issue, we can have a chat. There wasn't a particular issue this time. Thank you.
And finally, every year you went to Armistice Day.
Oh, yes.
Now, that's quite important, and so is Anzac Day next year. The chair of the Otago Regional Council, whoever it's been, Gretchen,
yep,
goes to those particular functions, but those functions happen throughout our region. And I've always found it that the Otago Regional Council is conspicuously absent from a number of Anzac Day ceremonies. And I don't want to happen again this year. You've got 12 councillors sitting around a table. I think it would be a good idea if the Otago Regional Council organised that those councillors attend officially Anzac Day services representing the Otago Regional Council in their areas and regions. And we haven't done that for a very long time, and it's a conspicuous lack of acknowledgement of that particular day that we don't get involved in. Other councils do, particularly territorial authorities in the Otago region. We don't.
Thanks, Council Laws. So yeah, just for anyone that is listening online, I did attend Armistice Day, and we do attend ceremonies every time. But yeah, I guess it's up to other I hear what you're saying. We could easily have a list of key ones throughout districts that have been organised, and we could put that out so that people are aware. But I'm just going to say, I know everyone's probably got their hands up ready to say that they do attend them in their areas. I've seen quite a few in Dunedin myself of our councillors there, and I've heard of others that attend in their areas as well. I can see people are nodding their heads.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
They are attending in an individual mini capacity.
Right.
The point is they should be attending in an organisational capacity, and they should also have a wreath that they take and lay on behalf of the Otago Regional Council.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Anyone else got any questions? Thank you. Well, we have a recommendation to note the report. Councillor Mepham, seconded Councillor McCall. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. 9.2 is the Chief Executive's report.
Thanks, Gretchen. So, report format. Similar as always, the Land and Water Plan has now dropped off this report until some decisions are made about next steps, and then may come back on. So it focuses on the annual plan. There's no project plan for that as such yet. It's tracking well. We have had one session with council. We've got another one on the morning of the 4th. Where we will come back with the budget numbers, having heard the message from the council table that we're looking to achieve some savings from what was signed off as part of the long-term plan. So we'll present where staff have got to and have a discussion about that in early December. And obviously there's a paper today that is very relevant to our draft annual plan around what the council table would like to do with the number of transport initiatives that haven't received funding for NZTA for years 2 or 3 or onwards. That will significantly inform the numbers that we prepare for the December session. We've continued with the customer experience report. So this was requested by council just to give a bit of a summary about where we're at with customer contact, particularly as it relates to rates. Just given we're moving into rates penalty notices, which are due to go out, start going out this week, we will maintain that report just for the foreseeable future, just so council table gets an understanding of the volume of customer inquiries we're getting. So they are still significantly higher than they have been previously. We have initiated some additional resource heading into the penalty period because we're expecting another spike that'll start very soon. So there's some additional resource to make sure, or to give us the best chance of being able to receive all of the calls that are made. You'll see that we dipped to around 83%. However, we hope to maintain or improve that with the additional resource that's being put in place from this week. Non-financial levels of service are there. We talked last time around the use of those, I guess the amber or the orange, to better flag those that we have some concern about, rather than waiting till it's too late to raise it with the table. So there has been an increase in those that are now tracking in that amber area, and staff will keep a close eye on those as we progress through the work program. This year, some of them now we know, for example, the level of service we had in there around the Land and Water Plan will no longer be achieved, and we will report those as we go during the year. But I guess the message from me there is not to be alarmed by the significant shift in, I guess, in the at-risk measures. That's intentional, so we can flag them earlier with the council table. And then financial performance, I guess at a high level, it's pleasing to showing that we're showing a positive variance of around $600,000 to budget. I would caution it's obviously very early in the year still. The managed fund has had a very good start to the year, which puts us in a strong position, but we do need to just be mindful of spend. We completed our Q1 forecasts, which were presented to the Finance Committee earlier this month. So those forecasts are reflected effectively in that report. So, summary of the finances, it's positive at this stage, but early in the year, you will be receiving a report soon around the response to the recent flood and the costs that will be incurred for the cleanup. So as happens every year, we will continue to get some pressures on the budget during the year, but we've started off in a relatively strong position, and overall the statement of financial position shows that council continues to maintain a very strong balance sheet in terms of meeting our future financial obligations. So happy to take questions.
Councillor Malcolm.
Right, page 49 of your report, Richard, it's exceptionally...
Give it a tap. See if it's on
Tap.
Tap.
Oh.
Like that. No.
Yeah.
I could just use my outside voice and you won't need that. So page 49, flood times and major rain events are exceptionally stressful, and on page 49 we have under flood protection and river management a service level that hasn't been met, or that is in the amber, which is respond to defined timelines for reported issues and to flood events in a timely manner, and our target is report issues that have been investigated and appropriate action determined and communicated to affected landholders within 20 working days. So I'm just trying to understand, especially from the last rain events that we've had, what we haven't responded to, and what actions have we taken to ensure at the next rain event that we can actually deliver to those service measures.
Yep. So I can't speak in detail to specific inquiries we haven't responded to. There is a report coming that summarises the flood activity. So, but I can talk at a high level in terms of what we need to be doing to ensure that we give ourselves, or we deliver the highest level of service and give ourselves the best chance of meeting that target and meeting the community expectation. And largely comes down to process in those events. So we have some incredibly strong relationships between individual staff and our community, but when we're under an emergency event scenario, we also have an obligation to those staff to allow them to come on and off duty and be able to stand down, and we don't have really rigorous processes in place that the community know who they can call at what time to ensure that they can receive updates, and also after the event, what the process is to manage anything that has come through during the event. So there's some work to do, and Tom will be able to speak to it in the future around what are our response processes and how do we ensure that the community are aware of those, and those response processes need to protect our staff as well. It's great that our staff have got brilliant relationships in those communities that are impacted by flooding. But at the same time, it causes us issues when we have single point dependencies and people being contacted that have been stood down for health and safety reasons. So the short answer is process, and very robust process so that everybody knows what happens when we are in a flood scenario.
So just elaborating slightly on that, are you comfortable that we're getting to a place where we have got single point dependencies, that we will have a balance in place to look after that?
Yeah.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you.
Good question. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Just checking on a similar point, and one of the issues over the flood was our monitoring.
Yes.
And I know that was a public statement at the time, but I'm just wondering, have all of those hiccups now been allayed? It's just good that people understand it as well.
Good question. So just for to elaborate on Kate's question, so we have our environmental data portal, which obviously shows our flow rates around the region. This was the first significant flood event since we transferred from the old system into the new data portal. And what we found, particularly on the first night, is that the volume of traffic through the website caused issues. It effectively crashed it. And we think that was due to the fact the flood was occurring in Dunedin. So the volume of residents looking for data was significantly higher than we'd experienced. We had high rain events previously, just nothing in Dunedin. So the team actioned some fixes during the event. It was down for a couple of hours on the first night and for about 20 minutes on the second morning, and then we got it back up and it stayed up for the rest of the event. We've developed a backup in terms of manually being able to put on the website. In the background, we have all of the data. The good thing was none of our telemetry failed. It was just purely not being able to access the data portal through the website. So a bigger issue for us is if we didn't have the data, but we always had the data, so our engineering team had what they needed. We've got a backup. We've got a sort of fix for that where we can manually upload that key information so that people can still see it on the website. And we're just working through with the provider of the data portal to understand how we can provide some more, I don't know what the technical term is, bandwidth, so that people can, so that if we do have high traffic volumes, that people will still be able to access the portal. We know it's possible. We know that EQC get hundreds of thousands of hits after an earthquake and it doesn't crash, so it's just a technical fix. And we had a report through ELT 2 weeks ago, and between our regulatory data, our environmental monitoring and our IT teams, I'm confident that we'll have the fix sorted.
And the only other part of that was the timing. The daylight saving issue.
Yeah.
And that's been resolved. That won't presumably happen again.
Yeah, it's an hour out because of daylight savings.
Still, always.
Oh, so we...
It's just,
it'll remain an hour.
but we'll
standardise that
communicate
first.
it.
Yep, okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Councillor Mepham.
Richard, just wanted to acknowledge the positive change, I think it's the one for the month, around the regional coordination facility for the emergency management. So that's good to see, thanks.
And yeah, thanks for putting in the data as well that was requested as well around customer service satisfaction, which is actually extremely high there at 93%. So there's been a high volume of people calling, not particularly happy about rates. That data's there, and their satisfaction with the service that they received when they rang was very high. So you've provided all of that data along with the other data that you normally provide. Thanks. Any other questions? Nope. Rightio. So we just need to note this report. Somebody care to move that? Councillor Malcolm and Councillor Wilson is seconding. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. 10.1, and thank you to those that have been waiting patiently for this one. Yep, thank you very much. Bye-bye. This is the Catlins Catchment Action Plan. Just have a shuffle around in the room to make sure we've got everyone where they need to be. Oh, yeah, you can do that, Lloyd, yep. Awesome. Thinking that those online, I'm just looking at the video, might be missing that we've got a whole lot of people down the other end of the table, because I think the video cuts out and we can't see all of you. So, but yeah, we'll make sure that we introduce you and we'll be able to hear your voices, and we'll know then online who we've got here. Who would like to start off? Anna, is that you? Oh, Lloyd. Councillor McCall has got a special job.
Yeah, Councillor McCall's stepping up to the mark.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure to be here today with the Catlins Integrated Catchment Management Group. Just to give you a wee bit of an introduction. So, back in the 2021, 2031 long-term plan, there was money set aside for development of integrated catchment management within the Otago region, which was very much an inspired move at the time that the council made the decision to actually support on-ground community actions on the ground. So it started, that's where it all started. The first thing that happened was the development of a catchment working group. So the catchment working group was established to basically set up the structure to enable the catchment action planning system to work. So I had a bit of a look back in the very first meeting we had. I've just got the very first few lines on that. It was the purpose of the working group is to develop the framework for the successful development of catchment action plans. So I just wanted to note that it's about the development of the framework to enable the communities to develop their own catchment action plans that relate to their visions and goals, which is awesome. So after a series of meetings, we had that, and I'll talk about that in a wee minute, had that group in place. We got the background information, background infrastructure in place, and the Catlins was chosen as the first area to use as guinea pigs to see whether the system that we'd come up with would work. So well done to the Catlins. So the first, I actually haven't got the date written down there, July 2023 was the first community meeting held down at Owaka, introducing the concept of integrated catchment planning to the area, and there was quite a turnout there. We filled the room and just about had to have a grandstand in the back, which was really awesome. And from that meeting, there was a group of 15 enthusiastic people that put their hands up and said, well, yes, we'd like to be involved in representing our community and developing environmental actions for our area. And we've got some sitting in front of us here today and some more over in the corner, I think, as well. So that was really awesome. So there was 15 of them, and basically the rest is history. There was 4 meetings, and this is the integrated catchment management group now, which is the Catlins Pacific one. They had 4 meetings and 6 full-day workshops, which is a massive commitment for members of the community to actually put their hands up to enter into in the development of the catchment action plan, which we're going to see in a minute. So it was really awesome. And the plan acknowledges that protecting and enhancing the environment values can also benefit the social, economic and cultural well-being of the Catlins people and visitors. It's like kia te whenua, kia te tangata. When the land is well, the people are well. So it's like everybody's working together. So before the presentation, I'd just like to mention or recognise a few people. First of all, I'd just like to recognise the brave council of the previous triennium that actually set the ball rolling by setting the funds aside to make it happen. So that's the first people. The second one I'd like to thank is the members of the Integrated Catchment Working Group. So this is the overarching group, and in particular our iwi partners who've come together to actually set up the framework. So that's including Sandra McIntyre from Okaha and Maria Bartlett from Te Ao Marama. Maria was later replaced with Dean Whana from Aroa. So, and also Simon O'Meara, represents the Otago catchment community as a representative a community action group and representing that group of landowners as well. So that was really awesome. Also, we had 2 councillors, myself and Councillor Wilson, on the group, and the group was ably supported by the environmental implementation staff of the time. So I'd just like to thank all those people. And then, of course, I'll thank all the staff. I think, and I've got them later on. So I've done that. Third, I'd like to thank you guys, the said 15 that actually put their hand up and actually put their time up and developed the catchment and plan. The staff, I better mention the staff. I've got here for all of the staff, but especially Sophie and Charlie, to be fair. And I've got, for Sophie and Charlie, who've been supported by Anna. So well done, because it's really teamwork, and this is a whole brand new concept. And Sophie's pretty much led the cutter on this and actually developing a new concept to a community or, into a region. They've done an awesome job putting it together, and you've really facilitated really well and provided the platform, to introduce the approach to actually get the results. Okay, so just for a few individuals, I'd just like to recognise. First of all, probably the one person that's actually been in this process right from the very, very beginning and all the way through is Councillor Wilson. So I'd just like to recognise Councillor Wilson's input, being in the member of the working group, and then she became the councillor member on the Catlins Integrated Catchment Group. And Kate's there not out of duty as a councillor. Kate's out of there because of her love of the Catlins area, and she's also out there for her desire to see community-based actions for the environment. So I'd just like to relay a box of Nestle almonds, sourced from Fonterra milk, maybe, down to Councillor Wilson. So thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Second, I'd just like to recognise Grant Bradfield, who's the chair of the Catlins Integrated Management Group. Grant put his hand up after a bit of twisting, but I might say it didn't take that much twisting because it happened on the first day. So Grant obviously could see the vision, and he's Grant's really had a pivotal role in that community group, pulling all the vast array of people together, because the group is made up from people from forestry, farming, fishermen, foresters, etc., etc. So Grant, thank you very much for doing that and being a leader. And in your words, and I may not have the words completely right, but I remember you said one day, we didn't have any dust-ups, we must have gotten it about right. So well done, Grant. So there's a box of almonds for yourself.
Oh, I love scorched almonds. Thank you. Hide them from the wife.
Good on you. You put a ribbon around them. I'd also like to recognise over in the corner we have got Gavin. Gavin took us, pretty much led the trip today. So he's one of the key members of the Integrated Catchment Group as well. And Gavin's got like a massive amount of knowledge and experience around protection of our Ngahere, our native forests, and it's really, people like Gavin are a rare breed, and they're a breed that we need to have and need to foster. So I'd just like to recognise your role, Gavin, and especially thank you very much for hosting us with Roy and Jim today. And I've left the last to best really, because at the end of the day, we actually need, for these things to work, we actually need people. And I just really want to make special mention of two, and probably mainly one, but to Rachel here to my left, Rachel Napier, and also Robin Shanks. So Rachel's been involved right from the very beginning. So Rachel and Robin were in the working group who actually set up the process behind the development, getting the framework to actually take to the community. And as I said before, this is a whole new concept, and without the input that Rachel and Robin put into, we wouldn't have got to the stage where we got to, where we had like a workable, functioning structure to take forward. Because part of that working group was actually learning about the structure, the framework that's going to go in behind. So I just really want to thank Rachel and Robin personally, and have it recorded, because people like you are just so precious, and no, at the end of the day, we couldn't have done it without you, Rachel, and Robin's input as well. So thank you very much. You brought your own expertise and enthusiasm, but you also gave so massively of your time and well-being. So thank you very much, Rachel. So pretty much without, I've handed out the chocolates first. We should have seen what they're going to say, but I may have a wee bit of an inkling of how that's going to go. So congratulations, all you guys. Thank you very much for making this happen. This is, I talk about this in some of the areas I'm going around the country with the catchment group stuff, and they're really envious of how our councillors working with our communities and trying to work together to achieve environmental outcomes. So thank you all very much, and take it away.
Thank you, Lloyd. Kia ora, thank you. We'll start with a couple of words from Grant and then Rachel, and some written words from Vincent.
Brilliant. Maybe no.
It's on.
It's on? I don't, people do it.
No, it's not anymore.
Just tracking.
Just tracking.
Yeah.
People are generally telling me to tone it down anyway.
We'll just come sort it out, I think.
Okay, look, well, thank you, Madam Chair, for the invitation, and thank you to the council for inviting us on this journey. I realise, as Lloyd has said, that it's a new approach for the council as well, and it was certainly a new challenge for us as residents of the Catlins. And I guess we took it on because it was an opportunity to have input in our own community and our own environmental challenges, and not have something imposed upon us from on high as such. And so I thank you for that opportunity. It was an interesting process, as been stated. There was quite a cross-section of people there. There was some people from the environmental groups. There was 5 of us farmers, and there was dock, and there was forestry, and there's pest workers, and there's all sorts of. It was an interesting bunch, and yet there was a degree of unanimity, I think, in deciding on the big issues and the challenges. The hardest thing we found was getting a vision. It's very hard to come up with a vision. Generally, that's the last thing you do because it's too hard. But anyway, so there was a good cross-section of people there, and it was generally pretty amicable, as Lloyd had said. The Catlins is a fairly, I'm sure most of you are very familiar with the Catlins, but it's quite a complex area, and it's got a lot of features, a lot of waterways, waterfalls, lovely beaches. We've got all this native bush, we've got penguins, and we've got sea lions. We've got a lot of wonderful natural wildlife and features. And so to put this all together in a plan is a pretty big call, really. And but we came up with 6 basic values, 6 basic things that we believe that we need to uphold and protect. And then we went from there looking at the threats to those natural values, and then looked at how we could what we could do to enhance that. And so big thanks to Sophie and Charlie and Anna, as they sort of helped us through this journey. I think the process that we followed was a good one. But it was a very thorough one, and I guess the complexity of the Catlins meant that the plan that we come up with was, I think, fairly complex, and it's a fairly weighty document. And I don't know how many of you read it all, but it is a large document. But I think it is a reflection in many ways of the complex environmental challenges that we face in our region. I guess the plan is, in a sense, is a bit of a wish list. There's some things there that haven't been tackled as of yet. And then there's, of course, some pretty big issues such as pest control, in which you had a bit of a touch on this morning. And that's a huge issue for the Catlins. And I think it's good to hear you talking about you reviewing your pest list, because it's quite bizarre, quite frankly, that possums and deer, I don't think even deer are on it, are they? Are on your pest list. And quite frankly, that's a huge issue for us. And so even if nothing else comes from this, but you take the possums and things seriously, that would be a wonderful thing. Because it is a threat not only to the livelihoods of the farming community, but also to our native bush. And we don't want to go back to the 1980s where you looked down on the native forest and all you saw was this dead spire sticking up because it had been stripped bare. And that's where it's heading to, if you guys don't wake up. Admittedly, it's a complex issue because DOC have a big responsibility there, but as you'll be aware, Osprey has pulled out of the poisoning because of the TB issue. But anyhow, I won't go down that track. But I think that's a vitally important issue as far as environmental protection in the catchment. At the start, yes, we had a number of questions as to what was the point of this and where was it all going to go and what was going to happen. And I guess some of those questions have been answered along the way, but there's still some questions that remain. Is this just going to be a document that sits on the shelf? Is it going to be a reference document, or is it going to be a working document? And I guess this is a huge, as Lloyd has already stated, it's quite a significant change for you people as a council to have a look at a regional plan on a regional plan basis like this. And so we look forward with interest to see your deliberations on this and as to how you're going to use this particular plan. So thank you again for the opportunity to be involved in this. Thank you. Here's Rachel.
G'day. Yeah, as you've already heard, that I was involved in the group that put the framework together to sort out the plan to get the Catlins group under control and underway. Myself and Robin followed that process right through. Both of us serve on Catlins Coast, which is a community group which covers all the issues that affect us down in the Catlins. And so from there we had the Catlins group put together, which was 15 members, and they were selected from every corner of the Catlins, which I think was really important, and which is really great that you'll be doing that as you go forward through the other catchment groups, because that ensured that every issue was covered. As Grant's said, that there's a lot happening in the Catlins, and it's quite diverse between its native bush and farming and tourism, so it's really important that everybody has a voice and that can all come together. A lot of those issues that we face affect each other too, so that's really cool. And of course you also heard that we come from all different areas of employment. There was farmers, some with tourism backgrounds, you had the environmental groups, so that brought a huge range of schools together, so it was great to hear everybody's inputs on different pressures that were brought up, the pests being the biggest one, but there's lots of other ones, lots of overfishing and rubbish, etc., so that was really cool, and of course the council and the iwi input in that, so it was just bringing everybody together, which gave us a real true voice of what's happening out there, what's at the coalface in the Catlins. Going forward, I don't want to see this document just sitting on a shelf. I want it to be kept alive. It needs to change and adapt as we move forward, and to get some traction, so that as you guys move around the region implementing these catchment action plans in different areas, that if you could get this one underway so that it become live, that would be really awesome. And as Grant's already said, the pests are by far our biggest issue, affecting everything. It's affecting our farming, our forestry, our tourism, and of course our lovely bush and all our little native critters. And that currently is the biggest negative impact, along with those other pressures that are listed there. Going forward, I just would like to see it come to life, and of course, as you've seen the impact of the pests on the Catlins, we can't do it alone. We're only a small population base. We don't have the means and the funds, so especially when you take all the dockland into consideration, we need help from local and central government to get these awful things under control, so that we can look after the treasures that we've got down in the Catlins. Probably too, I'd like to touch on the people in the Catlins. So that's probably one thing that maybe the plan doesn't outline, is that, we had such awesome people putting this plan together, and we've got such awesome, passionate people in the Catlins. And, to keep active, keen people, we need to keep employment down there too, because generally you find the people that come out and do things in their free time and do that extra bit for the environment and the community, they're generally employed, usefully in some sector. And so, we need to look after the economy so that we can look after our community and look after our environment. So, yeah, going forward, this plan, I believe, has got so much to give back, but it needs to be actioned upon. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I've got some words from Vincent Leith, who was our mana whenua representative, but he's down on the Auckland Islands today and can't be here. So I'm just going to read that to you now. So kia ora koutou, I'm Vincent Leith, mana whenua representative for the Catlins Integrated Catchment Group. My whānau and I are from Waikawa near Curio Bay, and I'm sorry I can't be there today. My involvement with the Catchment Action Plan has been positive. I believe there was good representation of people in the community working together to create this plan and work towards shared priorities which can hopefully be supported by the Council. I appreciate the involvement of a third party to be present at meetings to ensure that all voices were heard. This plan is a living document. It's important to mana whenua that our voices are heard. There are stories, knowledge and values connected to this place that we want to share. This process has allowed us to share some of this knowledge. The Catlins estuaries and rivers are special mahinga kai, so food gathering places, for kaimoana, tuna, eels, kanakana, lamprey, and inaka, whitebait. Everything is affected by human activities in the catchment, kiota ki tai, from the mountains to the sea. What is most important to mana whenua is to minimise the impacts of humans on the catchment going forwards. Mō tātou a mō ka uri a muri ake nei, for us and our grandchildren after us. For me, this sums up our purpose for the kaitiakitanga, guardianship and protection of the catchment. I believe to achieve the strategies and goals in this plan, we need the Otago Regional Council to assist the community in collaborating with other government departments and stakeholders for funding and moving this document forward. A joint effort is needed with the right systems in place, responsibilities allocated to the right people or stakeholders. If we work together, we can achieve so much more.
I guess I could use this. Thank you very much. That's the chat from our community, and I'm not sure if you want to pause and ask any questions of them before we get into a presentation.
Yep. Sounds a great idea. Council Laws.
Listen, I'm fascinated by what you have to say. It's fantastic to have the feedback of those who are actually on the ground, rather than those who are paid to take responsibility. But I am worried about your future, because you sound like just another NGO as a result of this action plan. For example, when I look at the proposed delivery of your action plan, and you've probably seen it as well, you've seen the paper that's come to council yet? Yeah. You're talking about forming a governance group, fine, that's good. You're going to be working with ORC staff, that's good. But you then talk about funding, and that seems to be the issue. Did you give any thought to the kind of funding that you require? Not the sources of, but the kind of funding that you require to do the things that you want to do?
Can I answer that one? Unfortunately, the delivery of the Catchment Action Plan is a next phase of the Integrated Catch Management Program itself. So Grant and Rachel haven't been part of building that. They can answer questions about the Catchment Action Plan, but the delivery component in your paper is not appropriate for them.
So will these people be part of the delivery plan?
That's if we get a delivery plan framework, then we will ask the group who wants to continue to build that momentum and implement the plan.
Can I ask then of the people who formed this plan, and you're obviously well entrenched in your communities, you've given this a great deal of thought. Is it the intention of all of you that you continue to now implement the vision that you've put forward.
Absolutely. And I see that it's a very... the planning process. Mic test, are we good? Yep, okay. Yeah, the planning process has given us kind of a medium-term blueprint of action that our community wishes. Yes, some of that would need external funding. A lot of it we can do, and some of the council support might be through assisting us with a site-led plan for pest plant management, for example, that we can probably achieve on the ground with our volunteer communities. And other issues we might share with neighbouring catchments, and they might be of a scale that no single catchment can deal on their own, and that would take collaborative action. But it's a case by case.
But the point is, you will still stay, all of you actively involved.
Yeah, well, at this point, not every individual has been specifically canvassed on that, but the indications are that most, as far as I'm aware, would be interested in continuing on in some form, yes. Yes.
You've also raised the issue, and it's a bit of mine too, as my council colleagues will know, of pest management. And you said that's your number one issue. Now you're going to require a bit more than $100,000 to address that, I have to say.
Mm.
And you're going to need professional expertise to do so. Have you given any thought around that particular issue?
We've actually already, on our own bat, separate from this, the Catlins people have put together the Catlins Biodiversity Group, which our first target aim is possums. So this is just actually most of the members that are on our catchment plan team are also part of this, and several more landowners and interested parties and people keen on the environment. So yeah, already underway is trying to build this plan to get the possums under control. But of course we've come up against issues of funding and access to land ownership, etc., etc. So we're working as best as we can, but we really need help from government departments to get off the ground. So there's the keen people there. It's just having access and support from council, you know, your database, etc., and the expertise, the science side of it. So there's no shortage of keen people in the Catlins. It's just it's being able to reach out and do it Catlins wide rather than just controlling possums on your own property, because it's bigger than that. So yeah, does that answer?
Yeah, I'm going there. It seems you would need political support from the Otago Regional Council.
Yes, you would, and we would dearly love Otago Regional Council to put these pests on their pest plan and have an active strategy for approaching that, and we would fit within that.
Yeah.
And we're not, you know, we don't have the authority on our own to. But I think there's people, as Rachel has said, very keen to get on with this, and of course historically possums have been governed a bit by the popularity or the lack of the fur trade, and so they've ebbed and flowed according to that. And what we need to probably do is get furs in fashion again, and it might solve a lot of our problems. But
or eat them.
Or eat them, yeah. Well, they make very good dog tucker. But I think so. We're not just saying we're going to do the whole lot ourselves. I mean, we can't, but we're keen to do some, and being involved in that. But I think it's going to take a broader approach, and I think the regional council, who are ultimately responsible for pest control, certainly need to play a reasonably significant role in that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that we have got a presentation to get through as well, and we would love to ask you questions all day, but maybe we'll go on to the presentation and we can come back to questions again at the end. Thank you.
We're going to need our arms.
That's true. Richard's just saying that we'll have a coffee after, or a break after this presentation, so we can all have a chat as well in the break. Yep.
Thank you very much. So this is not to take away from the community at all. This is just a presentation to lead you into the paper that may be a little bit useful. And lucky for us, Lloyd has already spoken at length about the ICM background, which is fantastic, so I won't add to that. We have there on the screen one definition of integrated catchment management, but the key takeaway there is it's about working together on shared values and goals to manage natural resources of an area. As you've heard, the ICM is a commitment in our long-term plan from 2021. At that time, it was a new approach for Otago and Otago Regional Council. We took the time to build that integrated catchment management framework using the Integrated Catchment Management Working Group. Within that, we've got principles which are around genuine collaboration, using best available knowledge, focusing our work in geographically or on topic, being accountable through our monitoring, and being adaptive based on that monitoring. So, as you know, the scale started with FMUs or rohes, and as for example, in the Upper Lakes, it's adjusted as needed for the community and the issues at hand. We have mana whenua and community involved, as well as a lot of other organisations that you have heard about from our community members there. And the how is this catchment action plan. So the ICM is the framework, the program that is, and the catchment action plan is the delivery mechanism. I'll now hand over to Sophie Fern, catchment action planner, to talk about, take you through a little bit of view of the catchment action plan. This is probably best to come on to the topic, please.
So I won't go through things that have already been said, but the part of this slide that I really want to draw your attention to is that we've had 645 hours total input, and that's just contact hours from the community, some of whom are here, from CDC, DOC, mana whenua as well, working with us on the on this plan. Us as the ORC team have facilitated the process and also facilitated around ORC all of the expertise that we've got in-house in science, policy and compliance as well. Lloyd, or I think maybe even Grant, spoke about the values that have been co-developed by the group. We're really aware of how much work already is happening here and how much work that both NGOs and folks are already doing. These were the 6 values that were chosen on the understanding that when you look after those higher values, you also look after the things underneath it. So, you know, mohua, for example, yellowheads, really, really popular bird. But if we look after the native terrestrial ecosystems, we will also be looking after those creatures. We also looked at how healthy these values are and how we would like them to be later on once the plan is underway. And we take into account that just by living and being in a place that we will always have some form of effect on that place. And these are what we call the pressures. And we're interested in the pressures and both the things that cause them, the reasons that they're there in our environment. So this is just a slide from, you've got it in the catchment action plan in your notes somewhere. Along the top, we've got the values. Down the left in pink, we've got all of the various pressures. And you can see if you look on the right there, we've got the summary pressure ratings. And as been said a couple of times by a couple of people, that it's the introduced browsers and the introduced predators that are forming the biggest effect on the various values here in the Catlins.
What are the browsers?
Browsers? Oh, things like deer and possums, so things that eat vegetation as opposed to things that actually hunt for meat. Yeah. And so we've come up with 7 strategies. I should know this, 7 strategies. Of course I should know this. To either enhance those values or to reduce those pressures. So either way is fine to make these differences that people are looking for in the environment. This is a summary, really. We call it the plan on a page, and I always read it from bottom to top, and you've got this in your notes as well. On the bottom, we've got the world in which we live, so the regulations and policies in which all of us work. The industry standards, we've got a lot of folks, farmers, foresters, who are working towards all of these industry standards in the Catlins, but also the current work programs that our environmental NGOs are doing, the things that people are doing on their own land as well. And we have along the top the famous vision that, as Grant said, was a tough one to get to. And what we're trying to do is draw a plan with a real clear line of sight between the world in which we are now and the world in which we would like to be, with these various strategies. And we've got, I was going to say opening actions, we've got foundational actions for each of the strategies, and going forward we need to make those into work plans. So you've got in your in the CAP document situation diagrams, and I just want to talk you through some of these really quickly, just so you can really understand them when you get to them. So on the far left, or on my left, on your right, I guess, in green you've got the value, and so this is our terrestrial ecosystems. The pressures that we have are in pink, and I'm just showing you the introduced browsers, so your deer, your possums as an example here. They don't make an effect on the ecosystem just by being there. In Kaki, we wanted to really pull out what the effects these creatures were actually doing, making on the ecosystem. And we were also really interested in the causes of these pressures. So yes, those browsers are there, but what's the reason that they're not being controlled properly? What are the many reasons that they're not being controlled properly? But of course, for our native terrestrial ecosystems, it's not just the browsers that are an issue. We've got the predators as well, and this zoom out shows you that we've also got weeds and litter and all of these things that are affecting our native terrestrial ecosystems. So that's what we call a situation diagram. Here in our results chains, and you'll see those at the further end of the document, they look almost the same, but at this point we've got in green, we've got all of our values, which in this case is all of our ecosystems. And if we do an introduced mammal strategy, this is the chain of results that we hope would expect to happen. And this is based on the best logic that we can find. We've got some suggested actions in these yellow boxes. And this would be, if we do this, then that should happen. If we do this, then that should happen. And this can be monitored along the way so that we're not just hoping for the best. You can actually keep a track of how the plan is going. And Charlie's going to talk a wee bit more about monitoring it.
Kia ora, everyone. I'm really glad that you managed to get out in the Catlins earlier today, because it makes my job a little bit easier to take you through our monitoring plan now that you've got a bit of context on the ground. So I'm grateful for that, and I heard you had a great time, so that's also brilliant. Just going to take you very briefly through our program logic, and again using the example of our weeds and animal control in our priority areas of the Catlins. We mentioned earlier on that this has been built through program logic, and I know that's something that we, especially as business people, perhaps have a really good understanding of, and it's being applied in an environmental sense here. It's really talking about what we're doing on the ground, so those are our tasks, our actions, and from those tasks and actions we can kind of make sure that we're keeping on track by our output, so actually the tangible products, the deliverables of our actions. In this case, that would be the number of mammals removed from our area, or the amount of weeds that we're removing. So that's, as long as we're kind of measuring that there's work going on, this is great. We can see that we're keeping on track. But the next important thing is that we're actually seeing outcomes. And the outcomes are those changes that we want to see in the environment by the actions that we're undertaking. So in this case, we're saying if we do this mammal control on the ground, we're removing these mammals. Eventually, in say 3 to 5 years, we will actually start to see that density of our mammals decreasing. And by doing that, we're removing our browsers, our predators, from a system that we will also be able to see if we are measuring our native terrestrial ecosystems well enough. We should be able to see that we're taking those mammals out of the area and seeing regeneration of our forests, or we're seeing a decrease in the disturbance indicators such as rooting from pigs or disturbance from antler rub of our deers, for example. So the whole plan sort of comes together on this level, all working together across all of our values to hopefully, in the much longer term, deliver our vision. And on the ground for us, in terms of the administration and management of the programme, we'll be looking at building dashboards such as these. This is a mock-up based very much on the software that we're developing at the moment. So that really sort of takes by, in the bottom right, you can see that we are tracking our activity. Nothing started yet because we haven't got anything underway. But over time, imagine that we're sort of 5 years down the line. We'll be able to track that activity, make sure that our resources are being used in the right place, that people are doing the work that we hope that they're doing. We can look at those actual outcomes, so our output, so our tangible products, the mammals removed, etc. And we need to sort of corroborate that with our actual outcomes, that change that we want to see in our environment. So the fact that we're reducing the density of mammals in our areas, and hopefully that corroborates up to enhancing the health of our value. So in this case, again, our forests. So that's just kind of giving you an example of the dashboards that we'll be using in-house. All of that will be available through our online Catlins Hub. So, this is an online platform. It's a spatially enabled platform. And it contains, at the moment, a kind of outline of the plan as we have it, and sort of summarises the key points of the plan. But in the future, it enables us, and I think this is where the beauty really is for our community, to really have that kind of input into the planning process itself. In the Catlins, we used a very sort of email-based and telephone communications system. In the Upper Lakes, this is being explored in a lot more depth, simply because of the people that are making the plan up there. And it's also about being able to be transparent about the process that we are providing and the sort of progress of the CAP itself. So it's making us accountable to the public by doing that. And this is in its very first stage of development, and now that we've got the CAP sort of moving in the right direction and moving the right way, this will be regularly updated with new information as well. I think I'm going to hand on to Anna.
Thanks very much, Charlie. So we'll skip through this quite quickly. Where to next is really where we're up to. The community have taken all this time to develop a plan, and now the question is, so what? Really, the second part of your paper is looking at a proposed high-level, broad-scale, I guess, delivery framework, and that's in your paper. But as you can see there, I understand actually the way the paper's printed out. This image may have been cut over a page. It is in your slide pack, of course, but just there, it's as you know, we have an integrated catchment group, an ICG. So continuing a group like that, or some kind of governance group, if needed, to provide that CAP oversight with, say, bi-monthly or quarterly meetings. The ORC staff support could be to continue the facilitation and coordinations of bringing people together. That in itself is often a really big ask for the community to undertake that coordination, so it's something we can take on. And if we continue along the top, the overarching group would continue to look at the strategy and the action details, maybe through some task groups underneath it, like the group Rachel already has called the Biodiversity or Biosecurity Group, who are looking at the pests. So to really flesh out the detail of where do we need to focus, what's the highest priority, what's the best way to get that happening and underway. And then also, of course, with any process or plan of attack, reviewing and doing those health checks and updating that. So again, that would be a role of that overarching group. Back to the staff support, facilitating that group is one thing. We have already in environmental implementation team, project support people and catchment advisors who can help with bringing in advice or expertise where needed, or other commentary around building projects. and also the data and reporting. Sorry, my screen's cut off here, which is about the hub that Charlie just outlined to you. And of course, resourcing people is one thing, but funding is always another question. Obviously, with any plan in place, it acts like a bit of a prospectus for seeking funding, whether it be through our own eco-fund or any other contestable granting process. And the question there, which is also in your paper, is about direct funding. And that I won't go into that. That's to be confirmed today, whether there's direct funding available for this particular plan. So lastly, communicating the plan. A media release, depending on the outcomes of today, has been drafted, will be drafted and released. We have, I know Grant's mentioned the weightiness of the plan. You'll be glad, Grant, got a 4-page plan here now. It is just a draft, so watch this space, but it's nearly there. And that's a summary document. It's a useful marketing tool as well. And of course, the major communication tool is the online hub. Not only does it track progress and so on, it enables online collaboration. So that will be where we'll be looking at. And of course, we've got a lot of other things like our own website to point people in the right direction, etc. So that's the presentation. I know you have a paper, and there'll be comments or questions. Over to you.
Fantastic, thank you very much. There will no doubt be questions. So whether they're for the staff or whether they're for the team, but at the moment we're probably talking more about the delivery side. But yeah, any questions? A good question. Councillor Malcolm.
Well, good. So I'm just looking at your ambitions, and I'm just sort of, and there's probably a wee bit of a negative, because if we look at predator-free Dunedin that is going for 0, and if you look at, and I'm looking particularly at page 130, which gives me the map of the area from the Pura way down to the Chaslands up the West Range and the like. So why haven't, if you put aside the money side, why would you not have had the same as we have with Wallaby to eradicate the browsers? So the introduced species, why would we have not said eradicate?
Because it's impossible.
Can I address that?
Yeah, cool. Yep.
Right, okay. I believe that it's possible, and it's a necessity. It would be long-term economically advantageous to do that, and that to achieve it, we have to address the whole of the habitat. And we've got a forest habitat that's continuous across into Southland, so we need to have a control plan that will address all of that. So we need all the key state players, and we're endeavouring through the Catlins Biodiversity Group to get those meetings in place and to get a framework, get a team working on a long-term plan to achieve that objective, to get predator-free, to get pest-free. It is achievable, but it needs to be, and you wouldn't go about something like that in one hard hit. You do it in pieces, and some of those pieces are big. And neither ORC or Southland can address it individually. So next year we're hoping to have a first up meeting with all the key stakeholders as a stepping stone.
So good, right.
But I think you have to appreciate that the peninsula is a wee bit of a different situation to the Catlins. You have a peninsula which is, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
no, good, Grant.
the peninsula, you've got a confined area and it's surrounded by water on 3 sides. What we have in the Catlins is we have thousands of hectares of native forest that are absolutely blocker, full of possums and rats and goodness only knows what. And we can, look, I don't want to disagree with my brother here, but bar some GE thing where we virtually make these animals infertile, This pest-free by 50 is just a load of twaddle, quite frankly. It's political twaddle, made up by politicians who aren't going to be around there to see whether... It's just not practical, I'm sorry. But we can do it, we can do our darndest, and we can keep them down. And we must do to protect our forests. But, and I hope, Gavin, you might prove me wrong, but it's not going to be in my lifetime, I can tell you.
So can I just...
Just finish that one, yep, and then we'll go to Councillor Forbes.
So I suppose if I look at that, the key thing is going to be coordinating with everyone to have the best result.
Very much so.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that Southland's on the bottom end of of this huge big block of forest.
Yeah, I know it well. Don't panic. Yep.
Yeah. And so yes, there's going to be there's going to need to be an enormous amount of coordination.
Yep.
And as I say, the Osprey pulling out because there's no longer any TB and the cattle in the Catlins area has made a huge hole, and now the onus is on DOC, and we all know that they're very short of resources. And whereas they used to work together with Osprey in the poisoning programs, which kept a lid on them, but they're no longer there now. So there's a huge hole in the funding.
Good, Grant. Good.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up with that with Anna, particularly on, so we're doing all this really good work in the Catlins, so what collaboration, because these pests haven't got a boundary, what collaboration have we been doing with our TAs and with Southland to make sure that this plan is going to have some effect and have we had it okay by then?
That's a great question. We've had Clutha District Council at our workshops and a part of this integrated catchment group, and Olivia has taken the plan back to her management for that kind of buy-in, if you like. We're not asking formally for their endorsement, but she is aware of the actions that are in there that fall well within their remit. With the Southland question, we've been talking across the border with our counterparts there about integrated catchment management. We're well aware that pests don't see a border, like, there's not a big wall. We could build one, but that would be very Trump-like. So the answer to that is, if you've all picked up on the collaboration needed and the prioritisation needed of where do we start and where do we invest precious resources, and that is part of the foundational steps. As you'll see in this catchment action plan, we haven't got detailed project plans with scoped budgets and resources allocated, because we drew a line for this plan where it's up to say, this is the right direction, this is what needs to happen. And there's a lot of work to bring that together. We've got the collaboration aspect, we want to know that we've got the support to go ahead to then work on that prioritisation and those more detailed plans.
Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Forbes and Councillor Laws.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to talk to you about mainly the people that were involved in this process, because we're undergoing the process now in the Upper Lakes area, and the team there are watching really closely how you're going. And some of the questions that we had, well, I'll just try and get it down to one question, is how did you maintain, as a bunch of people that do things, how did you maintain your mojo for writing a plan? And how did you keep everybody interested and keep it alive to get to this point?
Honestly, Alexa, it wasn't hard. The group came to all the meetings. We did eat a lot of chocolate.
Chocolate's the key.
Chocolate is the key, yes, yeah. The dedication that everybody who is on the CICG has been amazing and incredibly gratifying, and one of the best parts of this process. Of course, there were times when people couldn't be there, but I'd call people up afterwards and make sure that they were up to date with what we'd been doing, whether there were things that they wanted to add to the work that we had done, and just make sure to keep everybody involved, even if they weren't able to be at every meeting. We had really good attendance at the meetings. Councillor Wilson's nodding at me, which was very kind of her. And Yeah, we just worked really hard to keep everybody involved, and it wasn't really hard work. The people were amazing. Does that answer your question?
It helps. I was just hoping there might be some secret sauce for that, because I think some of the people
got
up in the
his
upper...
secret sauce he's about to share.
Fonterra milk.
When are we going to do something?
I don't
Grant,
know
tell
if
me.
it's a secret sauce, but I think the important thing is to get everybody in a fair input, and you start with an open blank page, and I think so that we have the tables set up, and everybody went round and it was absolutely free to have their input, and I think that's and nobody was shouted down, or some of us would have different emphases on different things, but by and large we were in agreement on the essential values and the challenges, and I think it's important that you just have that approach, even though that we had, some of us were farmers and some of us were members of the environmentalist groups, but we still acknowledge the same values, the same things, and I think it's just important to give everybody start with a blank page.
There probably also was a certain amount of urgency from some of us in the parts of the Catlins, just with land use change. We're watching our current community reduce in size of employed people, passionate people. So trying to keep the Catlins healthy, both community-wise and environmentally-wise, to a lot of us is quite important. So you did get a lot of input from people realising what's happening down here in our environment, which of course is completely different to Upper Lakes, because your population's probably expanding and your businesses, there's so much more going on up there and growth-wise, whereas we tend to feel that we're under a lot of pressure, and it's just the loss of our environment and the loss of good people. So that's probably got a lot of us along to the meetings and the workshops to put our voices, let our voices be heard.
Thanks heaps for those really valuable answers. I've just got Councillor Laws, and then I've got Councillor Malcolm, who's quite keen to move, I think.
It's just an observation. Just to explain, you were first off the block, as you know. And one of the things I hadn't understood until this meeting today properly was that, of course, every catchment's going to have its unique circumstances and its unique characteristics. So even though you might have a regional plan, you've just identified that in your area there are some unique things that we hadn't thought about, and you have identified that, and so it's invaluable what you're doing. I thank you for that. Like, for example, the possums one I keep on coming back to, because it just shows that gap, if you like. We've got a regional pest management plan, which, as you know, doesn't contain that particular pest. And we've also got a biosecurity operational plan for 24-25, but unsurprisingly, it doesn't mention that pest either. But here you are saying, hey, this is our number one problem in terms of biosecurity and biodiversity. So thank you for that. It's really, I think that's the most critical learning that we should take from today, because it's understanding that you will have your own issues that we hadn't considered regionally but relate to you. And all I want to say is thank you very much for pointing that out, and it's certainly going to influence my input into policy making in the future. So thank you.
Thanks. We'll get to the motion so we can say what we want to say and move past questions. Councillor Summerall, do you need to ask a question? Yep. Get that one done then, and we'll get on to the motion.
Thanks. Look, I was just hoping to understand a bit better part of the plan where you've done those analyses of the strategy effectiveness. So I'm looking at, for example, I'm looking at page 109 of the, is it 109, sorry? No, it's 108 of the report, or page 35 of the action plan, where it's talking, where that example's about the pest control, and I guess it says there at the top of that little box, the mammal control, and the impact is high, the feasibility is low, affordability very expensive, strategy effectiveness low. And I guess I'm just trying to reconcile that with the suggestion in the paper that funding is allocated to that strategy. And I'm wondering how I can understand that better if we're concluding that's a low effectiveness to that strategy.
Thanks, Councillor Somerville. That's a fantastic question. That effectiveness in a broad picture is based at the strategy of introduce mammal bird control across the whole of the Catlins. So the whole idea is the foundational steps of collaborating to find areas where the effectiveness rating increases. Yep. So the bits that's missing from this plan is that detailed work program. And so the effectiveness rating was done in a series of workshops with our groups. It's not a scientific exercise, and it's really just pointing out that because of that feasibility of control across an unknown area, then the effectiveness is going to lack a little bit. So we need to make that more effective by being more targeted.
Right, okay. And so if we were to be allocating money to that control, it would be looking at those more specific areas where we could be confident it will be, in fact, effective.
Confident that would be more effective.
More effective.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, no, that I understand that better. Thanks. No, all good.
Councillor Malcolm.
Look, just one question, and it goes to page 56, and you're seeking some funds from us now and to commit those, and which I'm pretty comfortable, but I just want to be convinced a wee bit greater that you had a Catlins CAP presented the IG to Hui on the 16th of October, where you only had approximately eight members of the community. I think there's more impetus down there than 8 community members, so I'm just wondering what happened there and how I can gauge that better, because just to keep my enthusiasm up.
You're quite right. What happened there was we had a beautiful sunny day following floods, and we were driving down going, what a lovely drive, but gee, this is bad timing. It's very hard to turn community meetings around. Having said that, as you've heard from just a handful of those who have helped develop this plan, their reach into that community is much more extensive than just themselves there individually.
Also, we have other ways of gauging interaction with the plan itself. So when the plan, that public meeting was advertised, it could divert traffic to our hub. And the week before the meeting, the engagement with the hub went up by 280%. So we know that hundreds of people, up from tens, had been visiting and engaging with that as well. So we're sort of triangulating the weather.
Yeah. Good one. Just wondering whether actually Councillor Wilson or Councillor McCall may have wanted to move.
Yeah,
sorry,
I'm
would you
happy to
mind?
put
Yeah,
that. Yep,
no
yep,
worries.
Yep, and absolutely, without, I just wondered.
I'm very, very happy to move the recommendations. I just one tweak in the number 2 was the word shown instead of show, but I'll talk about it.
Microphone, Kate. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. But I'll talk to it when it's seconded.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to do it. It's my privilege and credit about the second motion.
Okay, great.
Look, I just want to endorse what many people have said, what a fantastic team it was working on this. We set this up without a huge knowledge of how it was going to roll out, and I just want to reinforce, Lloyd sort of alluded to it, we set this community up with high expectations for this group to deliver, which put them in a fairly nervous position as we went through. So it was really tough, and it is tougher because we didn't put a budget in there, and so I'm delighted with the environmental implementation team finding some money to keep the momentum going, because the worst thing that could have happened is we okayed this and said, but we'll see you next year when we look at a line item in the budget. So it's really good to see that, and I will endorse fully that 100,000. I hope that that doesn't preclude any applications to Eco Fund, and that may be a comment later on today. It's been really good. I want to really thank the staff for great work. They have been really pivotal in building those relationships with the community. It hasn't always been easy down here, but the commitment both of the staff engaging and then working behind the scenes, but also the community working and using their reach has been absolutely fantastic. It is a hugely engaged community. So while the public meeting may have only had 8 people at it, the meetings that have been happening behind the scenes has been with signing people up to the pest control work has been really positive. And I attended one of those Tākopa with Sophie and I think someone else, a couple of other staff members, and that's been really good and engaged. So there's other work happening outside of this to build into that framework. So someone said, why was it so good? Alexa's question. I think the quality of the people, the fact that we chose more than the maximum number initially because we knew that people may not be able to always attend helped. And I'm going to put it down to Emma Shanks bringing her kids along because it really does focus your mind on the future then. And the leadership Grant offered and Rachel and Gavin and all of the team, they all participated well. They put up with me as a stranger in the community. The one thing I can think that I can offer is this area is really, really special. And sometimes we look at changing the environment to improve it when you've got an absolutely fantastic area. Sometimes we have to remember you have to invest to keep it that way. Yeah. And that is the biggest risk. This is my happy space working in the community at this level. It is really, really brilliant that they've let me be in there, and I'm really, really happy for to move this motion.
Thank you. Councillor McCall, did you want to speak next? We'll just...
Hello. Yep. I might just like to endorse everything that Councillor
Yep.
I'd just like to endorse everything that Councillor Wilson has said, and I'd just really like to reiterate that this is the pilot integrated catchment plan, and I just really want to recognise once again all those people that have been involved in developing it, and it's never going to be perfect, and there's always going to be some questions because at the end of the day, as Grant said, we started with a blank page and we're making it up as we go, and at the end of the day, the plan is at a stage now where it's ready to move to the next stage. We've got a plan that's there, we've got people pretty much in place, and now we're just at the implementation, the pre-implementation area where we need to start getting our groups together so people to lead the actual actions on the ground, which is the area that we all want to get to as soon as we can. So, good work. And also, and once again to the staff, and I'll bring a box of favourites up to your room one day because I ran out of chocolates today. But at the end of the day, the input from the three at the top of the table in particular has been immense, and it's just, and even just talking to Grant and Rachel before we come in today, Grant did mention, we got a wee bit off track. They pulled us into line, and that was like Sophie in her nice way. So it's been really awesome how that that it's been a real team effort across everybody, and that's why it's been such a success. And so congratulations getting to this stage, and I'd just really like to support the continuation to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. We might go to break soon because we're going to need to get on to the rest of our agenda. But I just wanted to say as well a huge thanks to the people of the Catlins for going up first on creating this. I know Councillor Noon and I, we sat on a hearings panel for the regional pest plan a long time ago. Well, it feels like quite a long time ago. It's a number of years ago, anyway.
Mary Hobbs was the
chair. For me, what shone through from that actually was the people of the Catlins that came and presented at that. They presented not so much on what the problems were, but what they were actually doing to solve problems. And there is a low population, sure, but these people get stuck in. And that has shone through, and it didn't start then, it's been going on and on forever in the Catlins where people just get involved. And at that time we thought, God, there's so many people who are doing their absolute best in their little areas. Wouldn't it be awesome if we could have some sort of hub and a way of connecting and making sure that we're getting as big a synergies as we can? And the council's been thinking about how we can work in that catchment space more effectively as well. So, yeah, it wasn't by fluke that we chose the Catlins. It was a deliberate effort from the team too. And yeah, it does take bravery. It takes a lot of work, and it's really inspirational. And once you've seen the plan and it's right there in front of you, it comes from the heart of the people. You can't unsee it. It's a really powerful document, so it isn't ever going to go away. It's going to be up there in front of every organisation, whether you're a statutory body, whether you're a government, whether you're the regional council. It's right there. So well done, everyone, for having achieved that. That's awesome, and it's not going to be the end. Right, Councillor Noon and then Councillor Malcolm.
Hello.
I think it might be on, Andrew.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, just two things. In terms of the pest plan, the pests that we've been talking about are declared pests in the pest plan, just to make that really, really clear. Possums are in there, deer are in there, pigs are in there, rats are in there, but they all sit under what they call site-led programs, which was referred to before by Councillor Malcolm. So the guts of it is that the plan hasn't got the teeth to really eradicate or whatever of those particular pests, and we're staring down the barrel of a review of the plan or a partial review of the plan, so that's obviously something that needs to be addressed. But I really want to emphasise the great work by the members of the community, the 15 and 3 of them here today, but the language that's used in terms of the values: maintain and enhance natural ecosystems, improving, protecting, restoring, keeping the environment healthy, enhance values, reduce pressure, and all that language to me is realistic. It's not unrealistic. It's not talking about returning the natural environment back to its original state. So I just congratulate the community on focusing on that level of achievement rather than something that's impossible. So well done.
Councillor Malcolm, and then we're going to put it.
Yeah, just quickly, actually, to Grant Bradfield stood up the front there and asked a question of ORC, how are we going to use this plan? Well, I'd hope we use this plan to put our resources out to the community to ensure that the community's actually empowered to do the actions. Otherwise, it's just going to be actions from a high and not from the community. So I think that's going to be the absolutely critical part. We've got to empower the community to do the work, to be part of it and to make it happen. And we've got some really great resources, some really great staff, and we just need to be there resourcing where we can to empower that community. Well done. It's exciting.
Awesome. Councillor Wilson, we're quite behind time on the
No,
agenda,
I just want to acknowledge that there are now 2 other members in there, Trevor and Olivia, who are on that as well. So I can't see who else is behind, but yeah, more than just the...
Yep.
Great to see the turnout.
Awesome. Well, we've got the 3 recommendations there. We're going to put it all in favour. Aye. Against. Carried. Well done. We're going to need to have a quick adjournment now. So I'll move that we adjourn for 10 minutes. Yep. And yeah, we're quite behind agenda. And somebody will second that. Councillor Wilson will put it all in favour. Aye. Against. Carried.
No.
we've got a quorum, we've got heaps of people online, so we're underway, the sound is on, yep. So we're up to 10.2, Eco Fund and Incentive Criteria Review. Okay, Libby and Anna and Elodie, I think, yeah. Welcome, and you're over to you.
Thank you. So this paper is about a review that we've undertaken for the Eco Fund and incentive funding. This paper and the attachments provide the detail of the review, and also there's some recommendations which I think Anna's got on the screen up there, which we'll run through, which are based on the review that we've undertaken, and this is just for this financial year, so for 2025. And through our review, we had some key findings that we uncovered through the review. So the first was that there are opportunities for better alignment with ORC's work programs and priorities as detailed in the long-term plan 2024 to 2034. The second one is that eligibility and assessment criteria, as well as terms and conditions in terms of reference for the assessment panel, could be improved to provide better clarity, opportunities for community and accountability. And then the third one is the current timing of the annual funding round, which is March, is suitable for the majority of past applicants who filled in the survey. So what we'll do now is just run through the recommendations, which are on the screen or on your tablets, I believe. So the first one is to approve the inclusion of the following incentive budgets in the Eco Fund process. Noting that these budgets will be ring-fenced to ensure any additional or specific criteria are met. So that includes our large-scale biodiversity projects, which was previously 300k, and we're proposing to increase that to 150k. 450k. Sustained rabbit management incentives up to 100,000, which is the same as last year. Biodiversity enhancement on protected private land up to $100,000. Critical source area enhancement on private land up to $50,000, and weed removal and vegetation of up to $50,000. Do you want me to just read them all out, or do you want to do one at a time, or ask questions on each one?
Yeah, we'll whip through them, and then as I come to them, well, yeah, you can ask questions, everyone, at the end, and then we'll need to take at least two separately because, yeah, they're quite different. Yep. Thanks.
So the second recommendation is that Council decides between options 1 and 2 for the funding of wages criteria within Table 3, and then approves the eligibility criteria for each funding category as set out as in Attachment 1. The third recommendation is that we approve the revised assessment criteria outlined in Attachment 2. Fourth is approves the terms and conditions for applicants in Attachment 3. Fifth is approves the updating of the terms of reference for the assessment panel as included in Attachment 4. And then the sixth one is notes that the Eco Fund forms, communications and processes will be amended to reflect the recommendations approved and streamlined where appropriate to reduce the input required from all parties.
Thanks, Libby. Are there any questions? Councillor Mefam.
Go. It was just around the wages. I know how important it is for not-for-profit organisations to be funded. A lot of them don't get funding for wages. They often get funded for projects. So it's really important that you've got this in here. The other thing that's really important is the length of time that funding is for wages. Now, I'm not sure if you've been able to link in here the 3-year duration with the wages options 1 and 2, but it's very important if you're going to take somebody on to be able to give them a longer period of time than perhaps just 1 year to go. So I'm not sure how you're going to sort of resolve that within these changes.
The wages, how we do it over the 3 years, over the 3 years. The question.
So yeah, I would say that we realize that the wages criterion is important for community groups, and that's why we've actually kept it in there. And the review, the survey, actually highlighted that some groups really need the funds. the projects, an application can be for a project for 1 to 3 years. So basically, if you look at option 2, it's basically saying that for smaller grants up to $15,000, option 2 would, option 2 would allow you to basically apply for wages up to the maximum of that fund. So if you're applying for a grant for up to $15,000, you would be able to apply for $15,000 of wages. And for larger grants, for example, the Eco Fund or the large-scale biodiversity grants. So these are grants for Eco Fund is for up to $50,000, and the grant is for up to $150,000. So we have to the funds just to community groups to staff. And I think that's why we proposed up to $50,000 for the Eco Fund and the large-scale biodiversity grant in option number 2. Does that answer your question?
To some extent.
I can also add the timeframes will stick with those particular grants. So where a Eco Fund can be for 3 years, it's still $50,000 they can apply for, and that could be spent in 1 year or over 3 years. So they're still restricted by that, but they could then, if it was $50,000 of wages, they could spread that over 3 years. And same for the large-scale biodiversity, it gets a little bit more like you're funding half a person to a person over 3 years, because you can go up to $150,000 for the total, but $50,000 of that could be up for wages, I understand it. So we're not proposing wages every year for 3 years. It's those time frames and the limits haven't changed.
I guess what I'm trying to identify is not-for-profits need certainty around being able to employ people, and if they're applying for grants like this and depending on this sort of money, they need to be certain that can apply for a long period of time to make that decision.
Yeah, which I think we've incorporated into the options around wages. So if they need 3 years, they can apply for 3 years, but there's a cap on how much they can get.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Somerville.
Thanks. Look, I just wanted to clarify around one thing that's not in here amongst the recommendations. Just occurred to me it might be worth it, and I'm just looking for it. It was about the funding of site-led programs. Here we go, page 170. Where the last year the funding for the site-led programs was undertaken alongside the Eco Fund, I understand, and the recommendation here is that it be run separately. Now, there's no formal recommendation there. Is that because the funding for the site-led programs will come in a different paper at a different time?
We could do it either way. So we could either put it in the recommendation now that is the process, or we can bring another paper, which would probably be around the same time as we bring the paper in March around Eco Fund and who we are.
Okay.
Oh, it will be.
What
April,
would be clearer and simpler, just to leave it till next year when we're ready to do that? No, that's fine.
If
that's fine by me.
That's good.
Yeah, no, it's just clarifying that was a change, and it can be dealt with later. We don't have to do it now.
Councillor Malcolm?
So just clarifying that, we're saying that site-led ones will be able to claim through or apply through this fund?
No,
And
so
if not,
site-led ones would be more of a direct fund, but we would bring a paper to approve that alongside when you approve the Eco Fund recipients receiving the funding.
So if you remember last year when we discussed site-led, there was quite a lot of discussion about the limited number of site-led programs in the PES plan, so the staff will do some thinking about that, and there'll be a separate paper around the site-led programs and the site-led funding that's available and how best to distribute that around the region. So there's just a little bit more work based on the feedback we got from council last year around the limitations that currently exist in that in the site lead programs we have within the pest plan. So that needs to come back. The money is still there, it's ring fenced. There just needs to be a little bit of thinking to come back to the table, so it'd be early next year.
Councillor Wilson?
No, I'm happy.
Okay, cool.
I've got some questions.
Oh, sorry, Councillor
Yeah,
Malcolm.
Sorry,
Yep.
that was just on. So page 178, the following will not be funded. So we're currently doing a study on land erosion, and we've talked around. We're currently doing a study on land erosion, and we've talked around the table about the need to establish even sources of poplars as a stabiliser for land erosion, which we used to have in abundance. But that's so. If I've got an ecological sensitive area that's eroding, and I come up with a community-led plan to stop that, but so you're saying that I can't use that, even though our erosion study may actually say that the poplars are the best option for that?
At the moment, that's what the criteria is saying, but we would, once we've got some more detail on what the Hill Country Erosion Fund looks like, we might look to develop another category underneath Eco Fund that might allow for that to happen, but it wouldn't be within this year's funding round.
Right. Yeah. It's just that it's an obvious strategy that we're into at the moment, and that's a common way of dealing with that problem, a common and effective way of dealing with that problem. But
looking at our criteria for what we are looking to fund, we're not looking to fund erosion control through the Eco Fund this year. Our categories are looking at biodiversity outcomes and critical source area and funding after pest control. There's a list on the front.
yeah, so that which the first two are possibly based on erosion, critical source areas and biodiversity.
Critical source areas shouldn't be, but they could be, I guess. But and so if we wanted to, I guess we can amend the criteria if everyone thinks that that is a requirement to do so. It's not set in stone. We're looking for approval of it.
I do think part of the Hill Country Erosion Program across the country has looked at a lot of natives that can also be used. So you get not only erosion control, soil staying in place, but arguably a better biodiversity outcome using native plants, which may not be as quickly effective as poplars, I guarantee you that, but you get the win-win. And the bulk of this funding comes from our biodiversity budget.
Yeah. Okay.
But we can look at it. Like, if that's something that the table would like us to do, we can change it.
Yeah. So a follow-up question on that. If I'm a private landowner with an important biodiversity zone within it, and so I'm going to page 180. I'm just probably trying to understand that. So I'm a private landowner with an important biodiversity zone. Where can I get support from this fund? So I need to do some work on it.
There's two of the funds are aimed at private land holdings. One is biodiversity enhancement on protected private land. The key word there is protected, so the private landholder may already have a regionally significant wetland or a QE2 covenant, something that's got from protected status. The other one would be the critical source area fund.
So how does that show it on that funding categories graph, where you've allowed private landowners and property with the following status?
It's so tiny.
Oh, is it so tiny on there? You have to blow it up.
Sorry. Yeah.
Page 180. Yes, sorry.
So the
Table page 178.
Yeah, on 179, the top of that table, it also says applicants, private individual landholders, and there's a tick against biodiversity enhancement, there's a tick against critical source areas. That's in the bottom of page 179.
Yep.
The area, the next area around private landholders with property with the following status. So this is around, primarily this particular wording came from the sustained rabbit control, so you'll see there we've ticked the rabbit management as well. And that was to capture those categories of land that are more held in trust. So they've still got a private status, but there's multiple landholders.
I'm just struggling to see, look, to be honest, I'm just struggling to see as a private landowner how I'm being, it appears to me that we've got, we can support, if I'm reading this right, we can support Maori customary land, Maori freehold land, Crown land reserved for Maori, land within the boundary of original native reserve, but not for...
If you go up, Councillor Malcolm, to the first part of that table, that happens to be on another page.
Yep, it's back one, yep.
It's got private/individual landholders, and there's a tick against those two categories I mentioned earlier, biodiversity enhancement and critical source areas.
Yep.
Okay. We have got a few people waiting for questions. Yep. Right. We'll come back to you, Councillor Malcolm, if we need to. We've got Councillor Wilson, then Weir.
So look, going back to that one, I would have thought the group of private landholders, with multiple adjacent, would be probably large scale. I'm surprised, it depends at what scale, I suppose, but a lot of them will be, so looking at this the other way, you'll need large scale biodiversity.
Mike. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I can't see it. Large scale, I don't know how you could exclude, so what you're saying there is the group of private landholders that may be part of a large scale have to come in as a catchment group or something like that, otherwise they can't get the large scale biodiversity projects.
Yes, that's correct. So the on page 179, that last line in the table, again, is there as it started under the Rabbit program.
Yep.
And yes, the large-scale biodiversity grant is only available to those that are ticked, or suggested that it's only available to those who are ticked, which are...
Okay. And going... Yeah, that's great. And I talked about this to Joe and Libby in the bus today. The following, going back to page 178, the following will not be funded as the non-native plants, whereas non-native plants are often what may be the top crop. I mean, I use bush willow, and we talked about Metzedanus as well. But equally, there are some plants that non-native plants that will assist native plants come along. And so I think we had a suggestion for different wording in there.
I don't know if there's a suggestion for different wording, but we can consider that. So what we would recommend is that for anyone who's wanting to apply and use non-natives in some way, they should speak to us first, and then we can discuss how that could fit into their application and how we can consider that. It's probably not something that we would fund based on this criteria, but we can... The landowner might be able to fund that part of the project. It wouldn't exclude them from applying.
Yeah, they might buy the plants, but we might do something else for the project, for example. Yeah.
Yep. It's not as a very strong word. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think Libby's said that if people wanted to change the criteria, then they could say that too. Councillor Weir.
Yeah, just a quick clarification from me. I was just wondering, and still on page 178, just around the eligibility criteria, just around projects not being funded for more than 3 years in duration. I just wanted to clarify if that was 3 years total, or if groups could theoretically reapply after, and continue on for longer than that, or whether all your applications and projects would have to fit in the 3 year time frame.
No, we definitely have applicants who reapply, whether it be within the following year or 3 years, but the project that they submit that will be assessed can only be up for up to 3 years.
Yeah. All right, Councillor Malcolm, have you got more questions?
Yeah, just one particular to that. So the Catlins group come along with a pest eradication program that absolutely ticks every box. But that's a 10-year, so it's a 10-year program, but they could apply for the first 3 years of that program?
That's correct. It'd be assessed only on the first 3 years. And to be
Cool.
frank, projects that are discrete within the timeframe they're set up, rather than something that relies on ongoing, that is not guaranteed, would generally score better, to be honest.
Thank you.
Perhaps just a reminder that you can just leave your mic on too with these ones. That's probably the easiest. Right, anyone else? Questions? Councillor Wilson?
Just again, the page 186, and this goes to the terms and conditions. It's just the one that applicants cannot submit additional information to support their application once they have lodged their application. We have a close-off date. You have to file your application. Either a supporting funding comes in, and or one of the landowner consents they've been away on holiday. You know that they want to sign it, but they've been away and they get it to you late. I just think we need a wee bit more nuance or flexibility about that sort of thing. I appreciate it sounds, again, the word not is a strong word, whereas we could say applicants should file all of their application together, but there will be, I just would think we need some flexibility because other things happen, and it's a year before they can apply again if just something gets wrong. So
we can definitely look at changing the wording. However, reopening a system the way we're building it on, which is online, is incredibly difficult.
Mhm.
What we generally do is assess it on its merits, and if there's a technicality that is a precondition, we'll put that into the agreement. So they have that time after assessment and up until signing an agreement where they can submit, if they have the management agreement for the land has come through.
Yeah.
Yep, that makes sense. Councillor Known?
I support the concept around the ability to use non-native species, and I think some wording around, under special circumstances. Under special circumstances, or some wording along those lines, I think it is important, because I can think of examples of where, and Kate and Kevin have alluded to it, where it's important to have an exotic to actually provide us like a nursery crop or whatever for the natives. So, I just wouldn't like staff to forget about that.
I think quite a few councillors are raising that one, so if you wanted to make a motion, then that is fine,
Well,
and that would give some guidance.
I'm happy, make an amendment to whatever motion that would be suitable, or might be separate, that non-native species be allowed to be funded under special circumstances. And I'm not outlining the special circumstances, but perhaps it's just along the lines of improved environmental outcomes, or something really broad.
Just suggest that, if that's the mover, then non-native plants in brackets, unless assessed as most suitable for the project outcomes.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Yep, Councillor McCall, and we'll move on from questions.
Hi. I've got some questions, but in the terms and conditions, part one, working?
Yes.
Yeah, under the terms and conditions, the last page, whatever, 186. It's just, it's just some clarity around applicants can only submit one application per funding round. But how does that work when you've got like umbrella groups providing a bank account? Because you've got to provide a bank account, et cetera. So there's a lot of umbrella groups that there could be lots of individual smaller projects come within their own, whereas that umbrella group then it can only have one project?
This particular terms and condition hasn't changed, and we have had that situation, and that's fine. Umbrella, as long as it's a group, it's a discrete project with a discrete group running it, and quite often they have got an umbrella bank account going on just for ease, so that doesn't preclude that happening.
Yep, got that one. That's all good.
Yeah, but that group may not be an incorporated society or anything.
That's okay.
Yep.
Okay, another one that I've got down here is applicants are assessed by the Eco-Fund Assessment Panel. The next one. Application do not meet the funding criteria, eligibility criteria deemed to be ineligible. Now, had a few cases when they might have been, minor technicalities that makes them eligible. So whether there's an area where, personally for me, if you see an application come and they may not quite fit the criteria, is there not an ability to go back to that group and say...
We've
"Hang
answered
on."
that one.
Yeah, if they come in early.
But it's not written.
Yeah.
If they talk to us before they submit, definitely, and we encourage that, and we're going to have a webinar and communicate all of this. Once the submission is made, we can't renegotiate projects. It just opens up a massive difficulty in time.
It's judged on its merits, yeah. And as you said, if you could spot a minor technicality, you've already answered that. But for the agreement, you would sort that out and then sign it at the agreement stage. Yeah, so it doesn't, yeah.
So can I, because this came up a lot last year, so it's very important there is rigour in the system, and the staff are absolutely right that if you start to make exceptions, it becomes very difficult for that system to retain its rigour and for the outcomes to sort of stand on their merits. What is really important, and where we can do more work, and I know the team are thinking about it, is that we have a lot more engagement opportunities up front to explain the criteria and make sure people have a really, really clear understanding of what's expected and what those criteria are. And that should prevent those situations we had where there were people coming in and they were just applying for more than the maximum amount, and that tipped them into ineligible and they dropped out altogether. And that's not a situation you want to be in. That's the one I remember most clearly. We can't get into a position where we keep opening up things and negotiating them, because the system, we've got what is quite a complicated and quite a significant fund now in terms of the values in there, and where we should be putting our emphasis is up front and doing as much work as we can with these groups before they submit.
I've just got one more.
Sure.
The new fund, the critical source area fund. My question is, where do wetlands fit in? Because I think to pick up critical source areas is quite a messy.
Does it include wetlands?
Yeah, where do wetland funding, wetland or re-establishment or restoration or improvements to wetlands or even development of wetlands fit into the funding?
Yep.
So the focus is on, we're suggesting the focus is on critical source areas for this year. If a wetland is also defined as a critical source area, then it could utilise funding through that fund. So that the catchment advisor team are working really hard on encouraging people to plant out critical source areas, and that's why this fund has been suggested, because it aligns with our work programs. But if we need to consider a different alternative, then that can happen as well. But that's our suggestion for what that funding should be spent on.
Yeah, so I'm just a wee bit confused as to, $50,000 not a large amount to start with, critical source area management, but what's the targeting? Is it like fencing off critical source areas, or to me, to have a role, do something different each year doesn't work either.
No, so and this is the first year we'd be trialling that, because we didn't have that fund last year. So we think that there's a real interest from the community in taking this up as an opportunity to support people to retire critical source areas and ensure that they are looked after and that there's some biodiversity value gained through that where possible.
You just assess them on their merits once again. If one came in that was obviously way better and it was a completely different approach to another one, which was just straight out fencing, you don't know until they come in, because it's community driven. Yep. Councillor Malcolm, and we do need to keep
just
rolling.
Final one, just on financial rigour of the people that we're accepting as applicants. So, and if I go to 179, where we have an incorporated society, registered charitable trust. So we've ticked them all off as they can do the whole lot. So is that why have we deleted residents and ratepayers and unincorporated groups from large-scale biodiversity projects? Why have we deleted them from there? And the biodiversity enhancement and protected private land, why have we deleted those?
I think it was because they were considered slightly like an unincorporated group. So when you are a registered charitable trust or you're an unincorporated society, usually you're going to have to provide some financial accounts and things like that.
Yeah.
Good.
Which makes like the accountability of the funds, like we're talking about a project between $50,000 and $150,000. So that was a little bit of risk mitigation.
Yeah, so, so therefore on the next one, iwi and hapu, are we getting the same information from them? Or will we getting, so if we're getting the accounts from the Catlins Incorporated Society for Pest Management, and we get all their details, we'll be getting the same. I'm just looking at my balance sheet here. Do I get the same rigour to iwi and hapu groups?
That's the intention, yes.
Thank you.
Good one. Okay. So we've got a number of recommendations which we've read out. Awesome. Well, would somebody like to move one? Councillor Somerville, seconded Councillor Noon. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Somerville?
Thank you. We're just talking recommendation 1.
Yeah, because we need
the
to
stage.
choose on toes.
Yeah.
Do one
Okay.
first anyway.
Well, look, I'll speak in general about the Eco Fund and about this review. The Eco Fund is highly valued amongst our community and community groups and does a whole lot of good work out there. So it's good to see it continuing and expanded a bit. Staff have, I think, done a very good job with this review. I think it has achieved 3 important things. One is to make sure that our spending on the Eco Fund is better aligned to the ORC priorities, and so that's making sure we are using our resources well. Another is some of those changes are making it more useful for applicants by the changes of some of the criteria. For example, allowing maintenance for a year or 2, whereas those maintenance of previous projects had not been allowed for before, and that's one of those useful changes, as well as the changes around the wages that we're proposing. And also many of the changes are making it easier for applicants to use. So I think thank you to the staff who've been involved in this review. It's a good job. Thank you.
Any other comments? No? Okay then. We've got mover and seconder recorded. Kylie? Yep. We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. 2. Somebody want to make a choice here and move it? Councillor Somerville?
Yes, I would propose moving that with option 2, which is the higher level of funding allowed for wages. Would propose that.
You've got a seconder, Councillor Mepham.
What page is the figure on?
172.
Yeah, it is.
Table 3, was it? Yeah. Right, Councillor Somerville, do you want to speak to it again?
Well, Councillor Mepham outlined before the real importance to many community groups of allowing them to spend on wages. The previous criteria were somewhat confusing around wages. This is really clarified it, making sure what's possible. And I think ORC can get very, very good value for money by supporting wages from community groups, because often those people they're employing are organising a whole lot of volunteers. So I think that is worthwhile. Thank you.
Awesome. No further comments? We'll put it. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Don't need to take the others separately if somebody wants to move them all together, I don't think. Yep, no, it's all good.
Just noting that one slight change to the assessment criteria, but I think if everyone's happy, we'll include that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great.
3, 4, 5 and 6.
Perfect. So yeah, it's taken as read that we'll just make that change. We're not specifically outlining it. Awesome. So Councillor Wilson's moved, Councillor Noon seconded, is that right? Yep. Do you want to speak to it?
Thanks, staff. They're very hard and it's been a big job, so I'll do that. Thank you.
Yep, great. We'll put it. All in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried.
Against.
Would you like it recorded, Councillor Malcolm? Sure. Thanks everyone. We're on to 10.3, which is a small-ish paper but could take a wee while to get through. We need to go through the recommendations one by one on this one. So welcome, Lorraine. Richard, if you want to,
I'll speak to this paper, and Lorraine's available here. Obviously, as our Manager in Transport to talk to any detail, but at a high level, we've previously discussed a number of items in the LTP transport that have not received funding from NZTA. This report is to set direction for staff to prepare the year 2, the annual plan, year 2. So we know what Council's intention is around the funding that we had planned to rate for these activities where we're no longer receiving co-funding. You'll note through the attachment that was circulated and the copy you've got today that we are largely recommending that we don't go ahead with those activities. We're certainly not recommending anything that requires us to rate more to make up for the lack of funding. Staff have not made that recommendation for anything. By and large, we are recommending that we don't do any additional at all, and we actually remove those rates from year 2. We don't even collect the local share on the basis that if it's not being co-funded by NZTA, it would be an interesting position to get into where we still choose to go ahead with that service and may make it difficult to attract that funding in the future. There are a number of those smaller regional services where we are proposing that we should still investigate what options we might have to be able to provide some form of service, and that would effectively become our work for year 2. So again, largely a reduction in the proposed rates, but it still requires staff to go away and have a look at where there's a lesser service we could provide or a slightly different service to what was proposed in the long-term plan. And then the last one is the infrastructure one, which is the one where we are proposing to spend the local share that we were rating for in the long-term plan so we can continue with some of our infrastructure upgrades. And that's off the back of the audit that was done on, particularly on bus stop infrastructure, and where that's highlighted some deficiencies in that infrastructure. We think that using that local share to continue that program in some form, albeit at a reduced rate, reduced speed, would be a sensible use of those rates. So, look, apologies, it is quite a lot in terms of the recommendations, but we do need direction on each of those things, and that'll allow us to plug that into the annual plan budgets that are coming back to you. And obviously we can answer questions on each of those A through G.
Yep, so how we maybe do this, we have workshopped this one thoroughly as well, so that's good. But if you can just perhaps ask all your questions now, and then we can go through and debate each one. Yeah, so yep, your first.
So my question is this, okay, this is not intended as a criticism, Richard.
It's a question, so we can't get that.
But I would like to know against those what the dollar costs are. Well, have you got it in front of you, have you? Oh, is this what you've provided?
It was still being prepared at the time the agenda was released, and we have subsequently had it emailed out and an A3 copy put in front of you today.
Thank you. Right, so if I was to take you, and so can I, following that question on then, if I take you to obviously the one that I'd be interested in, which is the Alexandra Clyde Cromwell Queenstown one. If you go to year 2 and you say, right, general rate's not required, so what you the question I would be asking there is if you decide not to go for it, that $164,000 is remitted back to the ratepayers of that specific area, yeah?
No, so the Alex Clyde Cromwell was a general rate, so right across the region. That was the proposal, so effectively it would come off our general rate take for year 2. So i.e. we would not be requiring that rate, so that 164,682 would be removed from the rates.
Right, and so what you're proposing in that particular case is if you do go ahead with it though, we would quite like to explore this other thing. Now that leads to the next question, and that's happened with some of those others as well. Are you intending to consult on this?
So,
because you usually don't consult on your annual plan.
No, that's right. So once we have decisions today, we have our corporate planning team led by Mike, who will have to do that assessment as to whether they are significant changes under the local government legislation and would require full consultation, or whether they don't meet that test.
Well, that's a different test than I would normally apply, which was, does the community want it? Will it accept that
They're
substitute?
separate there. So the community will still get a chance to comment on this, but it might not be because we will go out with something for the annual plan. It'll either have to be a special consultative procedure because it meets that requirement and needs to be, or it will be a less formal, these are the changes we are proposing due to the NZTA funding not being forthcoming. Is this something that the community supports? So they would still get the chance to make a comment. It just may not be a formal consultative procedure.
That was the question.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, perfect. Councillor Wilson, then Weir.
Look, sorry, the question I had is a comment you just made, Richard, that if we do some of these things without NZTA funding, it may be difficult to get it later. And can you just embellish us on that a bit and what your thinking is?
Oh, I don't really have too much to base it on, to be fair, other than under the current government direction, it is becoming very clear that it's incredibly difficult to attract funding for any form of new public transport service. And if this council chooses to fund things on its own, and they are up and running and they are part of our budgets, if I was sitting there with a very limited pool in my National Land Transport Fund, I would be saying, well, actually, there's some services here that are already up and running and they're already being funded, and we will just leave them to it. So I can't say that's based on any government policy. That's based on my experience within the transport funding environment.
And that's a really interesting point, and I hadn't really captured it before, and I just want to iterate that that's exactly what we're hearing at the regional land transport committees, how absolutely constrained those fundings are. And so that has probably swayed me in that consideration somewhat. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Weir.
Kia ora. Yeah, just two quick questions. First one was just clarifying with the Dunedin LTP plans around frequency improvements for those two routes, well, 4 routes. But then the increased service bands, I just wanted to clarify that those increased service bands we had planned was for every route. And then I've got another question.
That's correct.
Yeah, cool. And then just the other question was around the Queenstown ferries. Was that something that wasn't budgeted for in the LTP? The plans with that Queenstown business case?
Yes, it wasn't included. Yes, no, it wasn't included in the LTP.
Cool. So that one is maybe slightly different from the rest of them, is that?
Yes.
Would that be fair to say? Yeah. Yep. Cool. Okay, thank you. I'll just foreshadow moving whenever we are ready.
Oh. So, sorry, what are you moving there, Councillor Weir? All of them? There's options.
I'd like to specifically move one for a 2A.
Oh, for Dunedin, but, I see. Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Just
yep. Yep. Perfect. Okay. No further questions then. The first recommendation there is to note the report. So does somebody want to move that? Councillor Wilson, Councillor McCall is seconding. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. The next one you'll foreshadow, Councillor Weir moving, I think.
Which option is it? 1, 2 or 3?
Yeah, Councillor Weir, back
Are
to
we
you.
just taking
sorry.
letter by letter?
Okay, yep.
Yeah, letter by letter. Elliot had foreshadowed something which I just provided a comment on. So Kylie, you've got that in email because it was a slight tweak to option 2. So option and Councillor, are you happy for me just to jump in to explain because it is a slight difference, and then I'll let you speak to it just so people understand. So option 2, as we put it, was doing. In order to do those increases, we were going to have a small rate increase to increase the local share to do it. The option 2 that Elliot had foreshadowed with me that I'd provided some comment on was to limit any of those increases only to the amount of the local share. So effectively it is to spend the local share, the bit that we had already planned on rating within the long-term plan. So it's slightly different and
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're all good.
yeah, and so that's the that is the motion that Councillor Ware was putting forward for A.
So 144 in that first one. If the rates was 144, assumes the rates of 144.
Correct.
So that would be to the extent.
No, target 145 plus 581 is the targeted and general.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, sorry.
So is it targeted, or does it include the 20% general rate?
Both 20 and 80. So,
Okay,
that's,
so
the
the
local share includes both your targeted and your general rate.
Okay, so the consultation will need to be with people in Cromwell as much as
It'll be
people in
correct.
Yeah.
Because this is a change, are there any other questions? Then I'll allow questions, especially of clarification on the motion.
Option 1.
Option 2 he's putting.
We're just getting up. Well, I'll read it out. It's option 2 with a focus on extending timetable coverage and limited to spending only the local ORC share of funding included in the LTP.
So how could you extend the network with the same money?
So if you've got a question,
Sorry,
you're
how could
welcome
you
to ask
extend
it.
those,
Yep.
Yeah, services with the same money.
So no, the
Is that
suggestion
for
is.
me or? Oh, sorry.
You go, Lorraine.
So the suggestion is that we've put in the LTP the budget for the local share, and what Councillor Ware is suggesting is that we retain that and just use that local share.
But to your question, Mo, what we're saying is what's in the to do the full like pick all of the routes and extend all of them, we would need more. So we're going to have to be selective about the ones that will make the biggest difference to the service offering. So we might do 8 out of the 10 routes because that is all we have budget for within the local share. So
And it won't have NZTA co-funding. It's us doing it ourselves for those bits.
So,
Councillor Wilson.
So the motion would be that we invest the 800,000 or about, no, 726,000 already in the long-term plan, and we would get a report back from staff as to which which services would be extended on that budget.
If it's confirmed through the annual plan.
Yeah.
Yes. But it doesn't need an extra resolution. This is just to put it in the annual plan.
But to consult on with the community, wouldn't we need to know what those services were to an extent?
Not really.
If it wasn't brought in?
We'd invest to extend them.
Okay.
Sorry, but it says here, sorry, it says it requires additional rates of 420,000. Oh no, it's a different one, isn't it?
That's different.
That's it.
It is that one.
But what Councillor Ware has said, and he was this quite explicit, is only invest up to the amount we had already planned on rating for.
Okay.
Yep. Everyone understand? Oh, sorry, Councillor Mepham, you're...
Just no increase in rates.
Correct. So
we're looking at option 2 with no increase in rates.
Correct. That's a very good way to put it, Councillor.
Councillor McCall.
Can you just confirm the amount of NZTA funding that's not being matched?
Yes, it is $726,000.
That we're rating for.
That we are rating for, and we have not been funded $755,000 for this activity.
So we'd have to pare back the activity, essentially, to not increase rates. Yep, Councillor Mepham.
So does this then change the preferred staff preferred option?
No, our preferred option, is still 3.
Okay. Yep.
This is Councillor Ware's, and
Yep.
he would need a seconder as well.
So is there a seconder? Councillor Somerville. No further clarification questions. Councillor Ware, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, probably should. Look, this is just recognising that there is appetite to increase rates further. Completely understand that, but I do think we have some really urgent issues with our, particularly Sundays, where a lot of routes finish at 5:30 or 6 p.m. And people need to get home. So I think this is a safety issue as well as a level of service issue. And so with the money that we've already budgeted to do a whole bunch of stuff, including frequency improvements as well as these timetable improvements, if we just take what we have or what we've planned to fund and just increase the timetables as much as we can within that money, it won't get us to the level of service that we'd planned for in the LTP, but it will just help those urgent issues around getting people home safe at night. And so it would just be increasing those service bands later in the night or earlier in the morning to whatever degree we can with that budget. And so staff, I would trust to come back and specify whether that would be, only going to 11 rather than midnight, be some of the routes, just whatever would make the most impact for people to get them home safe, and without raising rates. So, yeah. Cool.
Thanks, Councillor Weir. Councillor Sunville.
Yes, I'm just agreeing that there are significant improvements to our service we can make by extending service coverage on some routes into the evening. Safety matters important there. I recognise there is no appetite for increasing rates over what was proposed to the LTP, and Councillor Weir's proposal doesn't do that. So that's why I support this.
Councillor Laws, then known.
Just two things. Firstly, for your so-called security problems, my ratepayers in Dunstan are paying, which seems explicitly and clearly inequitable. But the second thing is I've seen no proof of security issues in Dunedin on Sundays. You have a security problem when you have large congregations of people on weekdays outside and opposite the police station. There's your security problem, and this isn't going to address that.
Councillor Known.
Look, these are nice to have, and I would suggest icing on the cake for the Dunedin service. So, and I think also probably the main reason, and Rich has already alluded to it, I think it would be a dangerous precedent to set that we were going to essentially provide pretty much basic passenger transport services to our Dunedin community without a subsidy from NZTA, and I think it could create real problems for us in the future.
Thanks, Councillor Known. I agree with Councillor Known. I do think, though, that if there are significant gaps, which is what Councillor Weir and others have put forward, in terms of getting people home in the evenings, and that's what we all, well, I'm not an expert on that area, right across our network, but let's say that there was that a major issue, and I imagine there might be. Perhaps we need to look at our existing budget and how we can be most effective and efficient with using that to ensure that we solve that problem, and what the business case says as well in terms of where we're best to put our efforts. So, I'm not going to support this one, but I do think that there could be that issue sitting there. This is not how I want to solve it. NZTA needs to be partnering in public transport. Thank you. Right, no one else wanting to speak, or no? So we'll put this one. We might have a division, it'll be easier. Right of reply, sorry, Elliot, I forgot that. That's important, yep.
That's all right. I'll just address a few of the things raised. Look, Michael raised the bus hub security issues. Those are also issues that were recognised, but we also recognised in a motion accepted by all councillors, I might add, to recognise and address the security issues, both in the bus hub and with getting people home at night. Routes on Sundays finish at 5:30 or 6 p.m. There's people who need to get home. I've had dozens of people come to me with expressing their frustration that they can't get home at night, and real fear for when they do miss that. and I recognise that there's concerns around the NZTA co-funding, but I think if we've got an NZTA in a funding environment that is not willing to invest anywhere, and we've had our Queenstown case invested in, but no funding for any of our proposals that were already pared back and stuff. I don't foresee us getting more funding, but I think that this is something that we can just tweak around with the money that we do have, or we've planned to use, and these are what our community is expecting us to do with the LTP and stuff. So I'd really like us to tackle these as soon as possible, and if it doesn't happen today, then as soon as possible into the future.
Thanks, Councillor Weir. Division.
Councillor Forbes.
You're muted, Alexa.
Yeah, you're muted, Alexa.
I realised that my mouse just
Sorry.
where it wants to go. So I was trying to use the space bar, but it didn't work. The 4, thanks.
Councillor Callagher.
No.
Councillor Laws.
No.
Councillor Malcolm.
No.
Councillor McCall.
No.
Councillor Methven.
No.
Councillor Noon.
No.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Councillor Weir.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Councillor
The luxury.
Robertson.
No.
Luxury of the last week.
Okay, that one is lost. Somebody care to move the next one? What are we up to? We are.
Don't we need someone to move a different thing for it?
So yeah, maybe if I just keep it on, because I appreciate our thing is fairly complex. So we still need a decision around Dunedin for the first.
And a second.
So
Lloyd.
Yeah.
So Lloyd has moved option 3, and Kevin has seconded. Was that right, Kevin? Yeah.
Do you want to speak to it, Lloyd? No? Okay. Anyone else want to speak to this one on Dunedin? We've already had a bit of a debate on that one. No? Okay. I think I'll just put it. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
No.
Okay. Anyone who said no, do they want that recorded? And if so, raise your hands. Yep. Councillor Laws. No. And Councillor Weir.
Something wrong when you and I are on the
Thanks.
same side, Councillor Weir.
Thank you. Now we're on to Queenstown Ferries.
I'll move option 1.
Seconded.
Great. Would you like to speak to it, Kate?
No.
All good, Kylie? Yep. Anyone wanting to speak on Queenstown Ferries? Nope.
Could you explain the option that you've preferred as to why you've chosen that one?
Because it has no impact on rates.
That's the only reason.
Correct.
Can I hear that answer,
3.
please? I didn't hear.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
The reason we have preferred that option is that it has no impact on rates. It maintains the current level of service.
Option 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks. Yep. Oh, sorry. So we're all sorted. We know what we're voting on. No more questions on that. We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
No.
Want that recorded, Councillor Laws?
Sure.
Carried. Up to Omro Service.
There we go.
Happy to move to C option 2.
Option 2. Seconded Councillor Mepham. Yes, yep. This is the one that's already been rated as well for this year.
Certainly has.
Might remember that one.
Yeah. 4 or 5 times.
Yeah. So everyone understands. Any questions then? No. Who would like? Anyone want to debate it?
Just briefly, look, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, the potential connection, or at least the investigation of a potential connection between Oamaru and Dunedin. I think.
You just need to tilt it to you, I think, Andrew, is all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
The investigation into a potential connection between Oamaru and Dunedin, I think, is timely. We have heard from elected members about that possibility of looking into it. So it's a responsibility that we need to take on, and the investigation will give us some form of direction in some shape or form.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll put it. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Letter D is Alexandra Clyde Cromwell.
Happy to move option 2. Can I ask again something about that question?
Yeah, you can, yep.
So, just remind me again what we were going to do. Were we going to have a draft service in year 2? And now we're just going to have a service to see whether, a review to see whether or not we need the service.
So we were going to complete this year the investigation with a view of starting delivery in year 2 on the basis that it would be co-funded. That's gone, that's off the table. So now we need to look at what options we may be able to deliver. We would have to fund that investigation completely ourselves, and we would also have to fund any subsequent service ourselves. So we need to go away and do that piece of work, and that's what we would be proposing to do in year 2, to enable council to make a decision about whether or not you wanted to provide that service in year 3. So effectively, yes, it's pushed out the investigation by a year, and
saved $134,000.
Yeah.
Lorraine, have you got something you need to say?
Oh, I just wanted to make the point that so the figures that went in initially were based on desktop analysis and for a level of service. Say, in this case, it was a circular from Alexander Cromwell, fixed route service 4 times a day. So we would have spent this year validating those costs and contracting and setting up the arrangement to start in year 2. But and we needed money to do that, obviously, because it was a desktop study. But what we're saying now, that's not on the table, but we didn't explore, and so we need to investigate what other options could be in place specifically for an issue that was raised from the councillor workshop.
Do we need to explore it at all?
that's up to you. You could, though. So option 1 is we just keep doing what we're currently doing.
Which is nothing.
Correct.
And save you all the money.
Correct.
I'll second Kate's motion, which is option 2.
Yep, we've already got that one moved and seconded. Fantastic. Yep.
We fund our general
Well, we
rates.
do now. Yep, that's all good. So in that case, Kate, would you like to speak?
I do wish to speak. I think this has the potential of unlocking some money if we get the right work done. I think the government has some real issues with transport in Queenstown. They're big with the BP roundabout. There are so many single-use cars going along that road. The resilience issues are very, very obvious when one road goes out, as they have at instances, and the opportunity of seeing if we can build a better case to get NZTA funding or some other alternative type of funding is absolutely possible in this case. So that's why I'm supporting it.
Andrew, you're all good. Anyone else want to speak? Alexa.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't find the other button.
That's okay.
Trying to have the paper open as well. I think we need to investigate. We hear all the time people wanting the service, wanting to see how they can connect, and I just think it's kicking the can down the road if we don't do this investigation. I think we do need to do that. And I think looking to connect to existing Dunedin services and see how we can improve those is probably a really good option.
Thank you, Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, just a bit of clarity. After these investigations, how long before a service gets underway?
Well, we usually tie them into the next annual plan round. That's why we've got different amounts for different years. And so some years we've started where we thought we had a clearer idea and a clearer cost. We had some amount for contracting and this setting up the contracts, and then the higher amounts in years 2 and 3 were just, so it would take sort of minimum 3 to 6 months, but we tie it to the funding cycle with the money. To put a qualifier on that it will take a minimum of 3 to 6 months for this one, because the issue that we have for any of our Queenstown services is the ability for the contractors to have drivers.
Yeah. So if we approved the study, we would have to apply for NZTA funding. So that just goes in the standard funding round?
No, so that's been declined. It could be applied for next time. So effectively, we will do the study, we'll come back to the table. It's likely to be for year 3 annual plan, because you'll have to make a decision about how it's rated as well. This initial investigation is all general rate funded, so there's no issue there. So it'll be for year 3.
Yeah. Then probably subject to
NZTA. You could make it that, and then we can include it in the next RLTP.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Laws, we're in debate. Yep.
Thank you. Listen, I'd support this if you added the words Wanaka/Hawea to it. It's not just, people don't just go to...
We've got one of them.
Oh, is it on the other side? It's just got Queenstown.
You'll get your chance on that one. Yep.
Sorry. Councillor Laws is asking a different question. You're talking about this loop service, including...
Yes,
right, so it's a separate one to the Wanaka business case for internal Wanaka. Yeah. Sorry.
Right.
Sorry.
That's what I mean.
Sorry, Michael.
Right.
Keep going.
So, I mean, we're aware of, obviously, that there are a large number of people who go to Queenstown, but Wanaka/Hawea is booming, particularly for construction and for the trades. And so it's exactly the same. It's about 55 kilometres from Cromwell. It's about 85 kilometres from Alexandra. So it's not all workers are heading left at the Cromwell turnoff. There are a lot of workers heading right and into the Wanaka/Hawea area, and Hawea is going to be huge. Hawea Flat is going to be massive in years to come. So I'd ask respectfully if you included Wanaka/Hawea in that particular study.
So when we were first tasked with the direction by the councillors, we worked out and done desktop studies. I can tell you, just from what I know, that we couldn't do what you're asking with the money that we've got, because we haven't even done the desktop study for it. So we either have to commit money to working out what we're going to do.
You've got $164,000 sitting there. That's the budget. You can't tell me that you can't do a desktop study that's going to cost you less than $164,000.
No.
Yeah.
What? Not for this option. That's...
No.
But the
preferred option is only 24,500.
Yeah, that's the preferred option. What I'm saying is what the current option in year 2 is that how much money were we going to be putting into it?
So just to be clear on the funding, we had proposed to spend the 24.5 this year, which also had 51% coming from NZTA, so it was just over 50,000 to complete the investigation, and then there was a amount in year 2, which was 165 plus the 51% that doesn't exist to deliver. We could. It changes the don't. So what we were saying is we could now complete the Alex Clyde Cromwell Queenstown piece of work for less than the 164, which would result in a reduction.
Right.
What you're saying is you could just use the whole lot and expand the study.
Yes. And there's no impact upon rates, and then you're going to increase your service, and you're not going to exclude Wanaka/Hawea, which you have when that is a key component of the labour workforce in the Alexander Cromwell, and I have to say Omaka and Roxby areas. as Councillor Gary Kelleher would know as well.
So we've,
And make no impact on rates at all.
sorry, can I just check? We've had a mover and a seconder for option 2, so we count, that's on the table.
Okay, will I ask the mover the seconder if they'd mind adding Wanaka Hardware to that?
It's quite a significant difference.
Otherwise, you just
It's a
excluded
totally different motion, pretty much, the 24,000 to the 160.
I think it's a I would support. Sorry. I think it's a subsequent motion.
It's not an amendment.
It's not an amendment, and I
No.
think the important thing there is if this one doesn't work, it is unlikely that the other one will work, but it's absolutely something that should be done the following year if this one works.
Yeah, okay, we've got that. So we've got a mover and a seconder. It's been established. It's not an amendment. You have made your case, though, essentially for something else. So people have heard that. If they wanted to vote, how they want to vote. Yep. So shall we have some debate? And if you want to speak around your one, you're welcome to. Yep. I can't remember if we were already covered. Councillor Wilson, yep. We had, hadn't we? Yep. So, Councillor Laws, do you want to speak in debate?
Time. All I'm just saying is the workforce that comes from Alexander and Cromwell heads both ways. And this recognises a business case for only one direction.
Yeah.
So I would like to move an amendment that Wanaka Hardware be added to this motion. Now, I can either do that, or you can let this one go, and then I move a separate motion that Wanaka Hardware.
I don't think it's an amendment when it's something that's completely different, isn't it?
No, it's just adding to the boundary. So instead of you looking, I'm going left. Nope, you're going left and right. Who are these people? And it's ironic, why would you exclude really, when you think about it, from the public transport case, those people who are living in Alexandra, Cromwell and Clyde, because they're going to be working in Wanaka and Hardware? What's so special about Queenstown?
It has an international airport and a whole lot of other things that at the moment is connected. I'm really happy to support you in the second part. If you move it separately, I'm really happy to support it.
So
Which is the best way to handle this, Madam Chair?
Okay. The second motion then, I think we've established, yep. Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Doan, you're waiting to speak.
Oh, look, I just want to congratulate Councillor Laws on promoting public transport and connectivity.
I don't mean to do it, but I don't.
It's been a long time coming, but anyway, we welcome it. I think the important thing is this is it's in an investigation stage. Look, who knows what the connectivity across the region will look like in a decade's time. So I think we've just taken little steps, but would certainly support the concept of an investigation at a later date, as Kate has alluded to in terms of what Michael's promoting.
I've done my best, Monica.
Councillor Mepham.
Can we approve both motions?
Yes, you can.
So one doesn't exclude the other?
No.
So we captured what the second one is up there. Oh, yeah.
Can we just
no
get? I think from a process point of view, we need to put.
Kate, don't we? The first one. Let's get it.
As I understand it, Mike's putting us a separate.
To investigate.
He is, but it'll be quite good to see as separate one. We'll take them individually.
Yep.
Yep.
So let's get.
I need to speak to the rain about this.
Okay, we'll have an adjournment.
Oh, wait on.
Yeah.
Why don't we let this lie on the table?
You can bring it to the
and then you'll do it at the next council meeting. Is that all right?
Or as part of the annual plan workshop.
Yeah, on the 4th of December.
I'm not a keen fan on workshops.
but you can relay it to us.
No, the good thing about workshops, the good thing about councils is it's open information, so that's just what I'm saying. And then you can get some response from the Central Otago District Council on that as well, if I let it lie on the table.
Are you moving to do that? No.
Well, it's nothing. There's nothing to lie on the table.
No.
No.
Oh, it'd be my motion.
Yeah.
As long as you get a seconder.
I'm really happy to support it.
Right, that lies on the table.
Okay.
But not well, the motion we've got on the table. We need
We'll do
You
that
need
now.
to deal with that
Yep.
first. That's correct.
Yep.
Yes.
I just thought it would be useful to have eyes on the second part while but you would do the first one now, yeah.
I
And
don't
then
want the
you
second
would, no, but I know we're not doing that now. We're closing on the table, which means it's gone, so we're just doing
Just knocked out
the
our
first
votes for
one.
the same reason.
Nobody wants to speak further. We've all had a good go. I'll put it. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a no, was there? No.
Yes, a no from me.
Do you want that recorded, Gary?
Yes, please.
Okay. E.
So
Balclutha Airport to
again, just
Dunedin.
for clarity here, option 1 is just that we don't do anything and we remove the general rate that had been included to commence that service. Option 3, that is the preferred option, is very similar to what we were just discussing for the previous one. We would have to undertake that investigation now to create that connection through to Dunedin services, which is either to Mosgiel or right into the city. And then we would be coming back for a decision from council as to whether to commence that in year 3. There is no co-funding for this service. But the reason for the staff preferred option is we think, based on the feedback we've had, it is worth us undertaking that investigation and bringing it back.
Uh-huh.
Happy to move, Madam Chair, to E3.
To E3, option 3. Yep, thanks.
One question.
Yep. Councillor Wilson, yep.
Just checking how, the Balclutha situation, how difficult it would be for 2 and 3 to be, or at least have the community trust model in the background doing the option 3. That they're aligned. I mean, the first question is there a demand? And the second question is how to deliver it.
They could both be invested in, but they're actually not aligned. I mean, we don't. If we want a service to connect, and especially if it goes via the airport to be a general service, then there probably isn't a community vehicle operation out there that could deliver it, and we couldn't contract it because we're a public transport authority and we have to contract according to all of our rules and regulations, and that means paying drivers. So it's a different model. So we can work with community vehicle trusts where they exist, identify them, and we can present options to you as to how we could perhaps support them to better service the community. But if we want a connecting service and we want to provide it and control it and make it work, we need to deliver it.
Okay, and so on that, I will support. It's been seconded, hasn't it?
No.
I'm happy to second it
then,
and I will speak to that.
No. Moved Councillor Noon, was that right? Yep, and seconded Councillor Wilson. Yep. So Councillor Noon, would you like to speak?
Look,
Option
we've
3.
had numerous conversations with Balclutha District Council, either in a formal sense or an informal sense. Clearly there is a desire to have some form of connection, and we can talk around this table till we're blue in the face, but until we've actually got some data around whether it's feasible, etc., we will never get any further. So at least this is a relatively modest amount of funding to be able to get some more information, to be better informed, to either say yay or nay in terms of a connection.
No one else? Okay, we'll put it. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. F is the Wanaka business case.
So just an explanation here. The staff preferred option is to not move this forward. We received very strong feedback through the long-term plan that the community were not interested in any more trials or tests. They just wanted a full business case to determine whether they could get a service. NZTA have said there is no funding for that. So our recommended option is that we don't go forward with anything. We have no we have no co-funding to base that on for a full business case, and we clearly, out of the back of that business case, will receive no funding for a public transport service. Option 2, which is there, is we could continue some form of investigation for some form of public transport service that would have to be wholly ORC funded.
Somebody care to move
I'll
something?
move option 1.
Okay, seconded. Councillor Noon. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Laws?
No.
No. Would anyone? Councillor Forbes.
Yeah, it's probably no point in speaking to it really because it's already moved as option 1, which is probably the correct option given the circumstances we find ourselves in. The community doesn't want to be paying for something that isn't actually going to result in a service fairly quickly. So I think we'd go with option 1.
Thanks, Councillor Forbes. We will put it all in favour. Aye. Against.
Aye.
Carried. G is the public transport infrastructure.
So this one, and sorry, this is quite long in terms of text, but just an explanation. Option 1, which is our preferred option, you'll see there that in year 1 we have collected just over $1 million for infrastructure, and we've had 1.1 million not approved or funded. We're proposing that we continue to rate and collect the local share for infrastructure improvements, and that is an 80% targeted and a 20% general rate, and there's a split between what we collect in Dunedin and what we collect in Queenstown. And we invest that on a priority basis, based on health and safety and functionality, and that's coming off the back of the audit that the staff have been doing of all of our infrastructure. So that is our preferred option. We think there is some value in continuing to invest in that, so we don't end up with a whole lot of deferred maintenance, and we take some opportunities to improve the services where we can. Option 2 is that we don't deliver any of those infrastructure improvements. That $1 million rates that has already been collected would just sit there within those reserves for which they were rated from, and for years 2 and 3 we would end up with a reduction in rates because we would not require the 655 in year 2 and the 400,000 in year 3. That's the alternative option.
Run me through the infrastructure again. What are you talking about?
Bus stops.
So this is all the bus shelters, bus stops. It involves signage, wayfinding, and shelters, things like rubbish bins that we provide, not the, if you like, the bus bays and the other pedestrian refuge and things that the territorials provide.
Lorraine, real-time information improvements come out of this line? So the actual signboards?
The signage, the signboard.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. It was an excellent audit, but I think since then I've sat on the Regional Land Transport Committee hearing, and I don't think it looked at accessibility, especially for Braille, in the same way that we had some outstanding submissions to that. And so I'm just wondering if you could remind me, does it deal with the functionality that some of those submitters talk to? Because I would prioritise some of this work, and I probably the health and safety risk, absolutely. The functionality for people with limited or other alternatives, I'd want to put.
So things like tactile pavements, the yellow things you see on the pavement, they would normally be provided by the territorial authorities, but we do have the voice announcements on the e-signage that we've got, that we would be providing. So it's going to be a little bit of a mix.
Okay. I think it's. I mean, I wish we were having a discussion about the functionality and so what these we would prioritise, because I think rubbish bins I would not necessarily be prioritising if it's not been co-funded, but the functionality and accessibility I would be. So I think there's a wee bit of nuance to it, and that's I'm supportive of option one, but I almost want to possibly pull out some things from it to reduce costs, and I don't know if there's any.
So the decision today is a principles decision around, do you want us to rate for it? There is still work that the public transport team will bring back through the Public and Active Transport Committee around the implementation of budgets through years 2 and 3. What we need today is an understanding of, do you want to or not?
Thank you.
But I understand the point. I guess it's just that decision is down the line. We need to know if we've got the money first or not.
I'm happy to move option one.
Yep, seconded. Councillor Somerville. Kevin, did you want to
Yes,
speak?
I'll just quickly talk to the thing I would ensure that we do prioritise is the health and safety. I would be very reluctant because we're paying the full share, and I see it as a nicety as opposed to a necessity, would be any computer stuff around bus stops, when in fact we had bus stops that could be better aligned with health and safety. So I'd hope the priority would go on health and safety as opposed to computer ease. But happy to support staff's
Thanks,
recommendation.
Councillor Malcolm. Yep. Anyone else? No. We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
2 noes, I think. Do you want them recorded? No. Okay. It is carried. We've got 3 there. The noting one, that we will complete an assessment to determine whether the proposed changes to the LTP will require formal consultation procedure or not. Somebody's moving that, Councillor Noon. Seconded, Councillor Malcolm. I'm guessing we don't need to talk about this one, so I'm going to put it. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lorraine. Sorry, Richard.
You go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you have a stretch. Right, we're up to 10.4, extraordinary vacancy at ORC, resignation of Councillor Brian Scott.
Chair, can I ask a question before we start this, please?
Yep.
There is a motion here, motion 4, which seems redundant to me.
Yes, that's right. So we don't have to appoint anyone.
Correct, because there are already 2 co-chairs.
Yeah. So that's right. We don't have to do that one. And same actually with 5 as well. If the co-chair wants to be a chair on their own, then that's okay as well. Yeah. I think it's the view of the table, though. Obviously, whether they think that's appropriate. Yep.
That's 3.
Oh, sorry, Kate. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. 3. All right. So Amanda, you are here as well. Thank you very much. If anyone has any other questions, then Amanda can answer them. Councillor Somerville.
Thanks. Just to check, if we were to wish to appoint another person to this vacant role, do we have to do it is our only opportunity to do it this meeting, or could it be done at a later time?
Amanda, you got that question okay? The mic might not
Yeah,
be
sure.
near you, Alan. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So the legislation says at the next council meeting, council needs to make those decisions. But in saying that, I don't think you couldn't appoint someone without talking to them. Would be my view. So I think you'd need to direct staff to explore whether, if you wanted to appoint someone, whether they were available and interested and willing to accept that, and then do the formal appointment at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Councillor Mepham.
Amanda, how many meetings do we have before the end of the triennium?
It's a good question. We will have, if we're working on the basis of annual council, monthly council meetings starting in February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. So 8 meetings plus December 9 council meetings plus we'll probably get 2 or 3 quarterly committee meetings. So yeah, another sort of full cycle, I guess. Well, 3/4 of a cycle.
Councillor Laws?
I'll move 2A.
2A, yep, thank you. Seconder for that.
And one and.
We'll take them separately. Oh, well, yeah, we'll do 2 first. Yep, 2A.
Have a second.
Thanks, Councillor Malcolm. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Laws?
Just that we established a precedent at the last council when Councillor Marion Hobbs resigned. We looked into a number of options, in actual fact, quite extensively, as Gretchen will remember, and that was including the next person who was on the list from the coalition. We decided against that at the time based upon the fact that circumstances always change, and if you were going to do that, you should go to referendum. The cost of a referendum is prohibitive in that particular case, and the amount of time that's from now to the next continuum. It's interesting that when Councillor Brian Scott chose the date of his resignation for exactly this outcome, that he waited so that a referendum did not need to be held and that the vacancy would be unfilled. For those reasons, that for precedence and in a funny sort of way, it's in accord with Councillor Scott's own wishes. I move to A.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. Anyone else like to speak? No? Councillor Mifam.
Yeah, I'll second that motion, and if it hasn't been done already.
There was already a seconder, I think,
Oh,
wasn't
sorry,
there?
sorry.
So, no, that's okay.
I agree with that as well.
Councillor Malcolm was the seconder. Yep, thanks, Councillor Mifam. Councillor McCall?
Just a question, do we need to note the report before we move motions within the report?
I'll move 1 and 2A.
Are you going to do 1 as well?
Yes,
Right,
yeah,
good.
we said 1 and 2. Yeah, 1 and 2A.
That's all good.
Correct. We will put that then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, now we have appointments to other roles that Councillor Scott held. The first one is Co-Chair Environmental Implementation Committee. Second one, which is of a similar vein, is Co-Chair of Regional Leadership Committee. So those are 3 and 4. Councillor Laws asked a question regarding this just before. Would you like to move a motion around that?
Sure, Elliot can handle it.
I'm sure, yeah, that's right. Elliot and I can handle it, can't we, Elliot? We get on like a house on fire. So we can both co-chair regional leadership.
What's your motion then?
So my motion would be that we don't need to put 4. In other words, we don't even need to put it there. It just
does not appoint.
Yeah.
We don't need a motion.
We don't need a motion at all.
You've got 2 co-chairs for you.
I'm just wondering whether officially we do have to have a motion. Maybe not.
Oh, because it's down as a...
Yeah. And it's attracting a salary through the Remuneration Authority. I'm not sure. Amanda might be best to answer that. Yeah.
So what I should have probably put in the recommendation is appoints a named councillor to the role or not, and then you can choose not to appoint. I don't think it impacts because Councillor Scott, or former Councillor Scott, has resigned. His name would just drop off the terms of reference.
Agreed. Yeah.
Thank you. Don't need anything means we don't need the motion at all. Great.
Yeah.
You've got a mover and a seconder, I think. No, we haven't. It's all good. Rightio. 5 then is Otago Catchment Community Governance.
Is that 3 and 4? Is it?
Oh, sorry. No, we've got they're both the same thing pretty much. Oh, sorry, yeah. No, I was assuming you were meaning both because, yeah, anyway, that's all good. Yeah, 4 is different, so we can do that one separately, thank you. Which is the Co-Chair Regional Leadership Committee.
The discussion we were just having was regional leadership. and I think because that has 2 co-chairs. Environmental implementation currently has
Yeah.
1 co-chair, so there needs to be a discussion about 3.
Environmental.
So, as I understand,
It's
4.
getting a long day, and that's
Yeah.
what I actually did mean as well. I knew what you were talking about exactly, and I know it means that it's Kate's role. So cool. We're talking about that one.
I see.
Councillor
Are there any
McCall.
volunteers?
Oh, yeah, I'm just happy to say that I'm quite happy to stand in as either an alternate or if you need to have a title, so be it. But just because Councillor Wilson's very capable of doing the role, but if for some reason she's away, it'd be good to have an alternate that we go to.
Excellent. Can I move then
Thanks.
that Lloyd Ball be named co-chair of the Environment Implementation Committee?
Somebody care to second that, or we? Alan had his hand. I'm just wondering if there's.
I think it's discussion.
Okay, cool. So somebody wants to second that? Yep, great. Councillor Wilson seconding. Councillor Somerville.
Yeah. Very happy to support that. I think, though, we have established the principle of co-chairs for our committee, so I guess I'm just perhaps urging Lloyd not to consider himself the alternate, but to consider himself a genuine co-chair.
Yes.
Right, any other debate? No? We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. This time we are on to 5, which is OCC, Otago Catchment Community Governance Group. Just with this one, at the beginning of the triennium, Councillor Wilson was actually appointed the alternate. So Councillor Wilson has actually been doing that role sometimes. So if Councillor Scott isn't there, she goes. So, yep.
Can you put your hand up, you two?
Councillor McCall actually had his hand up and he was waiting patiently. So
No, that's all right. I was just going to move Kate.
But there could be an alternate as well. You have an alternate, although there's
not much time.
Councillor Weir's got his hand up. I'll double check. Is it a question or no? It's down.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we needed an alternate, but Kate already raised it.
Yeah, cool. Okay, Councillor McCall, you did have your hand up first. Did you want to move?
I know.
Something?
I'll move with these guys to move it.
Okay,
I was
cool.
going to move the same
Yep,
thing.
great.
I'll support it.
Who got in first then? Councillor Laws, I think. Seconded
No,
Councillor. No.
Kevin did more.
Brilliant. Kevin, did you want to speak?
Come
I know, I'm just not fast enough right now. Thank you for your patience.
Happy for you to put that motion.
Fantastic. We'll put everyone else's as well.
Well, just-
Go.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just the point about the alternate or not.
It's such a lot.
Oh.
I think in this case, because I'm also on that committee, I can can cover that, and I wouldn't want to do it for like a whole long period. But I'd cover in the interim.
And the staff are actively engaging in it at the moment.
Brilliant. Good. Thanks. Good question, Councillor Noon. We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Dunedin Tracks Network Trust.
I don't think you need to, I've never been invited to a meeting, so, well, I don't know when they're meeting. I think it was more to be helpful with, when staff are interacting with the trust, and that we haven't been called
Yeah,
into that.
and it's as an alternate as well, because you're the appointed member, isn't it, Councillor Wilson? So we don't need to do this one at all, I don't think. We can scratch it and go to 7. Agrees the remuneration allocated to the vacancy be redistributed
I think we've all
equally.
got a conflict on this one.
Well, yeah, and you can't really, you don't get a choice anyway, really, is my understanding of it by law. I've asked Amanda about this one already. I think we all understand that, so you've got limited. Yeah, I'll move from the chair.
7 and 8. Do you want to do 7
Yeah,
and 8?
7 and 8. Yes, thank you. Seconded Councillor Mepham.
No, I was
Okay, no, seconded someone else then. No, I'll get a, question and then get a seconder.
Yeah, what are the, I just wanted to know what the options were. Do we have any options at all to say that this money can just be kept by the council?
It's a silly one, but you can't.
Amanda, do you want to answer it for the public record?
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't hear, the mic didn't pick it up, so I didn't hear on the Zoom. Apologies.
So the question, Amanda, was do council have any other options for that remuneration, for example, to leave it in the general reserve or something like that?
No, the answer to that is no. The whole remuneration pool has to be allocated across the councillors' remuneration. So you could choose a different allocation model where you give more to some people and less to other people, but the whole pool has got to be allocated. That's in the instructions on I think the first page of the spreadsheet.
Yeah, page 229.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Councillor Noon has his hand up to second.
Yeah, if you didn't have a seconder.
No, that was you. Yep, that's good. I don't need to speak to this one. No one else. We'll put them then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Amanda. Oh, yes, Councillor Weir did, but we're moving on.
That's all right. I was going to suggest you change it to note if there's no option, but all good.
Yeah. Fine. Right, LWRP next steps. Oh, thank you. We do have Tom and Fleur online. Did you want to speak?
Yeah,
Richard?
I will speak to this one. So this report was what was discussed at the previous council meeting held at the Otago Museum when I withdrew the Land and Water Regional Plan notification paper. We said we would bring back a paper in November just outlining what or to get some direction from council around the next steps staff need to take in terms of the offer that was on the table from ministers to be involved in the NPS and also the two time-bound issues we've referred to around diffuse discharges and water abstraction consents issued under Plan Change 7. So what the paper seeks to do is to direct staff to go away and, well, notes the report, direct staff to send a response to the Minister for Resource Management, Environment and Agriculture, those three ministers, sorry, to be signed out by the Chair. That letter is attached, draft letter. And we are seeking through that letter to have to take up that offer of involvement in the NPSM review, including the opportunity for councillors, should they wish to, also have a chance to feed into that process as well. That was something that has been on the table, so that is something that we are suggesting you should be asking us to table with ministry staff and effectively report back in the new year with more details on those opportunities we have got to deal with those time-bound issues. So you remember that there was an offer from the Minister that for us to work with central government to find a solution. We need to go away and have a look at what those solutions might look like, whether they be legislative or plan change or whatever that might be. And we would bring that information back to you in March so that some decisions can be made around how we progress. The additional recommendation included in this report relates to the management plan of the upper tidy or tidy scroll plane. That piece of work was, for those of you that remember, there was a exemption provided in the stock exclusion regulations by Minister Parker and that allowed the council to write effectively a specific chapter of the Land and Water Regional Plan that dealt with the tidy scroll plane. We now no longer have a plan to hang that chapter off, and we also know that the stock exclusion regulations are under review as well. And so the reasons that we may have needed that regulatory chapter no longer exist, and there's a significant amount of work required to do that, and we don't believe it's useful for us to continue that regulatory approach. I know that Councillor Wilson's had discussions with staff about continuing the non-regulatory work in both the science and the environmental implementation or catchment advisor space. That absolutely can continue, and we know the tidy's coming up in the ICM work as well. What we're saying here is we should cease work on that formal plan process for the Taieri scroll plane. So that's also in there as well, seeking direction from council on that. So happy to answer questions, and obviously you'll see that draft response from the suggested from the chair is included as attachment 2.
Councillor Laws and Malcolm.
First of all, I'm happy to move the particular motions that are here today. Can I just suggest, though, that we perhaps need to beef up the third paragraph? And I just want to say to Richard, thank you very much for encapsulating that particular view. I would suggest that, our staff have had some initial discussions with ministry officials, and we would prefer for councillors to be involved in a workshop with officials alongside the usual staff engagement.
So we would prefer.
And then we would be keen to enable them.
Yep.
Because that's going to happen.
Yep.
So it just beefs that bit up a bit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can you repeat that again, sorry?
Sure. So third paragraph.
Yeah, this is on the letter back.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Our staff has had initial discussions with ministry officials, and we would prefer for councillors to be involved in any workshop with officials alongside the usual staff engagement.
Mm-hmm.
Full stop.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I was just wondering, why would we limit ourselves to just have a workshop involvement as a council?
Listen, you're absolutely right, Hugh. Lloyd. You're absolutely right. It's just that was the word that I was using there. So you could use involved in any engagement with officials might be the better word. Yeah. Any engagement.
We could, you do that between them.
Yeah, that's
rather
right.
we just limit ourselves.
I agree with you.
So, and we would prefer for councillors to be involved in any engagement.
With officials, yeah.
Alongside the staff.
Yeah.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah,
cool. Thanks.
I'll support that.
But can I say, Richard, thank you.
Notice there's no butt up there.
Yeah. Would be involved in.
I must be getting old.
I'm happy to second.
You go. No, that's all.
I'm just reading that and seeing whether it's actually saying that councillors have to be involved in every interaction that staff are involved in.
Well, it's a bit like the Waitaki thing I'm doing, that sometimes
and we would prefer.
Say that's what's happened.
Listen, you'll soon find out when you get the return letter.
Yeah.
Involved in any engagement with officials alongside the usual staff engagement. We would be keen to enable them.
Yeah, we don't need the last bit.
Okay, so yeah, it kind of reads that.
So what the way I'd suggest this will play out is we will send the letter back.
Correct.
It'll go back through officials. There will then need to be. We're not even clear what the NPS review process is yet. What I would hope would come out of this is that there will be opportunities for collectively staff and council. There will probably be opportunities for staff to be engaging on certain topics and certain things, because there's broader engagement on the NPS than just with ORC. But also, to Lloyd's point, it shouldn't restrict councillors. There was an invitation through the meetings and through the letters we had for engagement with ministers as well. So I wouldn't.
Agreed.
This wouldn't prevent you making the most of those things as well. So there'd still be a little bit of work to do just to establish exactly what this means. I don't think it locks us into one way or the other, because it's really just a letter back to the ministers to get them to give some direction to ministry officials about the process.
It's also going to 3 ministers as well. So it'll go to those 3 ministers and their ministerial staff, some of whom have already directly engaged with councillors here, including.
Yeah. Alongside the usual staff engagement, what is usual staff engagement? Just like in our general day-to-day business.
Yes, so we have regular engagements with ministry, both through the regional sector and from time to time directly as well. That's normal.
Yep, that's
events.
good. Yep, thanks.
So I'm moving, Madam Chair, all four of those motions.
Yep.
Can I just ask a question before
Yep, and Councillor Wilson's got her hand up too, yep.
Kate, go first.
You can still do questions.
So I'm concerned about the second motion. The reference group for this plan work has just been set up.
Yep.
I appreciate it's a non-regulatory one, and I had hoped that we might incorporate agrees that work on a regulatory grazing management plan for the upper Tari Scroll Plain should cease, but that staff continue working with the reference group on a non-regulatory plan. And that's important. That I wasn't going to add the end bit, but I think given the context, there are people who have invested some time in this, and they want an enduring plan. They want a plan for the scroll plains. We've all been there. We all know how special it is. They want a plan that will be enduring, whatever, and they're keen to work on that. And so I think there's been so much angst up there to just take it out without.
Is it a question, Kate?
But, well, if I'd moved it, I was going to move a slightly different one.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that though?
So, no,
Oh.
we just got sorry, I was allowing questions
Sorry,
at
yeah.
this
Questions,
point, but
yeah.
that's all good. So we're going to Councillor Noon on a question, but because it was in questions, Richard, if you've got an answer on that one
Yeah,
from a
that's right.
staff perspective on, that might be helpful.
Yeah, look, I don't have an issue that we will continue to engage with that community, and there are some challenges up there that we have been working through. And you're absolutely right, Kate. It could easily say a regulatory grazing management plan, because that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We'd stop that work because we
Yeah.
just don't feel it's warranted anymore. I'm just concerned about that additional wording at the end. Certainly, the intention is not to stop work, but I need some clarity with my staff as to exactly what we are now doing up there. So rather than saying continue to work on a non-regulatory plan with the community, that's
Okay.
it's
And
to
having not
continue to continue to engage with the community on ongoing management or something like that. That's okay, because that's definitely what we would be doing. I just wouldn't want to lock us into working on a non-regulatory plan.
Okay, then I've limited to what I had initially said was I would ask the mover if he minds changing it to, and the seconder agrees that work on a regulatory grazing management plan for that should cease.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
That answers my question.
Yeah.
How about Councillor Malcolm?
Yeah, on that particular one, that really does answer. But I have a further question going back to paragraph 9 on 232. In recent correspondence with council, governors indicated keen to work collaboratively. So what conversations and what is the tenor of those conversations since our decision of the 23rd of October?
So we have had no correspondence with the government, central government ministers. We have had a conversation with ministry officials to indicate that there was still a desire for our council to be involved in those NPS, the early NPS reviews, and that we were seeking direction from the council table. Obviously, they had suggested there could be engagement through councillors in terms of workshops, which is why you're seeing it in the letter. But nothing further than that pending this meeting, and then we'll go back and pick that up.
Yeah, they understand that we're
Yes.
keen to do so. Thank you, Richard. Yep.
Question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Weir.
Thanks, and I think Gretchen also slightly raised my question from earlier, just around. I just wanted to clarify with the mover that the language, and I can't quite see the actual wording, but didn't preclude staff from meeting without councillors, and I wonder if maybe just the word any perhaps taking out would make that clearer. But even just a clarification from the mover would just make me comfortable that that's not the intention.
No, it's not.
Cool. Thanks.
All right.
So, just because, sorry,
Ah.
this is important because we are writing to the minister. Just for clarity, just to make sure, because what we haven't included the changes under C, but I'll just read out what I now have. So our staff has had initial discussions with ministry officials, and we would make sure. And we would prefer for councillors to be involved in engagements with officials alongside the usual staff engagement. Full stop.
It could be our usual staff engagement, and
Yep.
then it makes it explicit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Fleur, did you capture that?
Yes.
Good.
And then that clarifies that.
Yeah, that's spot on.
Excuse me. Yep, no, that's all clarified, and we're done with questions. So the mover can speak
been
and
told we're
debate.
done.
No,
You're done?
yeah, I'm done.
Okay, great, yep.
Seconder doesn't want to say anything.
Do we have a seconder?
I thought we did.
Yeah.
Seconder.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Did you? Yeah, put me down. I'm happy to.
Oh, that's right, we were still seeking a seconder, yep.
Yeah, because it's.
Yep, so it's Councillor Malcolm, that's all good. Who would, is anyone wanting to speak now? No, and we're putting them all together then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you.
That's it.
No?
Yeah, we've
Okay.
got, just moving the recommendations of the committees. So the first one is Finance Committee. Somebody want to move those recommendations? Councillor Mepham, seconded Councillor Malcolm, I
Yep.
think. Yep.
I did.
All in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. Recommendations of environmental implementation. Councillor Wilson's moving.
Happy to second.
Ha! Everyone's seconding. Councillor Noon got in first.
Oh, gee.
Put that all in
Now, we must have
favour.
been slow.
Aye. Against? Carried. Safety and Resilience Committee. Councillor Somerville, seconded Councillor Wilson, all in favour. Aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. Which brings us to the end of the meeting. And I just need to close with karakia and thank everyone for coming to Balclutha and engaging in what was actually a really diverse and awesome meeting today. Thank you very much. So kia tau te rangi Māori ki runga I ngā iwi o te ao. Thank you very much, everyone.
Once a 10 we'll do it again.
Oh my God, yes.